Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors at the South Orange County location. We will have 6 p.m. close and 7 p.m. open session. The teleconference location is Oxford Preparatory Academy, Saddleback Valley, as well as in Norway. Public comment opportunity. Members of the public may make comments at regular meetings of the Board of Directors regarding closed session items, agendized items, and non-agendized items. Comments may be made in person or via Zoom teleconference. Please turn in your comment card to the Board Secretary, Michael DeLune. Requests for comments may be submitted via electronic submission or email. Submissions must be received prior to the start of the applicable community input time. If members of the public wish to email comments to be read during the meeting, please email them to publiccomment@opaschools.org by 6 p.m. on December 12, 2024. Public comments, including email comments, shall be limited to 3 minutes per comment with up to 20 minutes of public comment per topic on the agenda. Within 48-hour notice, any individual with a disability who requires reasonable accommodation to participate in the Board of Directors meeting may request assistance by contacting public comment at opaschools.org or 949-600-9050. The video and audio recordings of the meetings will be posted on the OPA website approximately 24 to 48 hours after the meeting. The public may attend the board meeting via in person or in Zoom. The meeting ID is 320-324-6235. The meeting will be called to order by board president at 6:02 p.m. A roll call vote. Member Travis is here. Member Kagu.
Present.
Dr. Smith. Present. Yes. Member DeLune.
Present.
Member Fryer.
Right, present.
Yes, all right. Item B, approval of the agenda for the regular meeting of Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on December 12th, 2024. It is recommended that the Board of Directors approve the agenda for the regular meeting of Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on December 12th, 2024. May I please have a motion? Great, may I please have a second? Okay, all right. Roll call vote. Member Travis is aye. Member Kagu.
Aye.
Member Smith.
Aye.
Member DeLune.
Aye.
And Member Fryer.
Aye.
All right, wonderful. Moving on to community input on closed session agenda items. Member of the public may comment on items listed on the closed session agenda only. A member may not relinquish their time to another person. Board Secretary, are there any comments regarding the items listed under closed session?
No.
Okay, thank you. With that being said, we will move to closed session for discussion and possible action. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation 54956.9, significant exposure to litigation pursuant of subdivision of section 54956.9, 2 cases. Conference with real property negotiators, government code 54956.8, and C, public employee appointment, dismissal, discipline, and release 549457. With that, we will go ahead and convene to a closed session at 6:04 p.m. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors December 12th, 2024 board meeting. We are reconvening to open session at 7:52 p.m. There is nothing to report out regarding action taken in closed session. Next, we will move on to flag salute, and in honor of Member Kagu, I am going to ask you to do it.
Okay. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we will move on to, in recognition of Paul Perdue.
Good evening. Today is a little sad of a day. There is a board member, Mr. Kagu, who is leaving the board, and we just want to give him a recognition of all of his service here. I have a small bio to read, and then I will let the board members kind of speak on their behalf to say all that we want to say and need to say and have to say to Paul. So this evening, we'll be recognizing Mr. Kagu for his service to Oxford Preparatory Academy, its families, our staff, and the greater community. Mr. Kagu was appointed to the Oxford Preparatory Board of Academy Board of Directors on December 10th, 2020, and was elected board president on June 23rd, 2022. He has served diligently for the past 4.5 years, helping to promote and guide OPA's mission and vision, and all to create a situation where all students have a unique environment with which to learn and thrive. Mr. Kagu has made many contributions during his time on the board, including invaluable contributions to the Finance and Audit Committee. His knowledge and leadership of both finance and the committee have created the fiduciary oversight that was critical to OPA's success. Professionally, Mr. Kagu currently serves as Vice President of Corporate Strategy and Head of Enterprise BU Remarkable in Oslo, Norway. Prior to this, he served in management roles with Western Digital, McKinsey & Company, and Engelhart Structural Engineers. Mr. Kagu has always passionately served OPA, volunteering, and doing pro bono consultant with the Orange County Community Foundation and the Catholic Dedication Ministry volunteer. Tonight, Mr. Kagu concludes his time as a service of a as his service on the board of directors for Oxford Preparatory Academy. Although he will no longer serve on the board, his contributions to OPA, the culture, the success, the financial stability, and the academic achievements will continue to resonate for years to come. With this, I just want to turn it over to his board mates to say final comments to him as well. And also on behalf of the board, we sent him a departing gift. So Paul, I hope you got it.
And with that, I think we'll start with our newest board members, and then Amy and I will close out.
US and perhaps the board member who has no hand on these, because it's only been a few months since I've had the pleasure of being a board mate with Mr. Kagu. Nevertheless, in just those few months, even though we've never actually met in person, there are a few things that have become very apparent to me. First, he cares deeply, deeply about the school and its students. Is a wealth of knowledge, institutional knowledge regarding the school, its finances, and why we are where we are today. And he has this kind of ability to offer perspectives that might not have been obvious at first, but once he offers that perspective, it kind of makes you go, I didn't think about it this way. And that's a very valid point. And those types of inputs have always been valued by me enormously. So, Mr. Kagu, I do hope that we'll meet one day if you visit in the US. I wish you all the best, and I'll miss you.
On behalf of our entire school community, I want to express our deepest gratitude for your incredible dedication and service as a board member. Your unwavering commitment to our school, first as a parent volunteer and then in leadership, will have a lasting impact. I've enjoyed my time volunteering beside you, first as a parent volunteer and now as a board member. You have always had a desire to do what is right for our students and staff at the forefront of your heart. Thank you for everything you've given to our school, including waking up in the middle of the night to attend these meetings. And we wish you all the best in your well-deserved retirement from the board. You will always be part of our family. But I also collected a message from Denelli because she spent a lot of time on the board with you. And she said, I wanted to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to Paul for his exceptional leadership and dedication to OPA through his work on the board of directors. Paul, it has truly been a pleasure getting to know you. Your commitment and integrity have been evident in everything you do. You have been a true team player, always ready to listen, collaborate, and support the collective goals of this organization. I've learned a lot, and something I can attest to and appreciate most about being in the trenches with someone like you is in those moments, you truly see a person's character, and with you, there's never been a doubt. You always strive to do the right thing, and it's clear you've always supported both the team and the organization. That kind of leadership can be rare, and it is a privilege to have worked alongside with you. Your insights and example of rising above have been an inspiration, and I can confidently say we've all grown from the experience of working with you. Thank you for your hard work and your vision and your unwavering belief in OPA's mission. You've made a lasting impact, and we are so grateful for your contributions. That was from Denelli.
It doesn't matter.
So Paul, I think it's safe to say that neither of us could have imagined what we were gonna get ourselves into when we signed on to this 4 years ago. In a way, and you're moving on from the organization and the board, but I feel like you're quitting me too. We came in together. Anyway, as we have navigated this experience, I've witnessed you repeatedly apply integrity, intellect, and business acumen toward bettering the organization and meeting our mission. As relative strangers who have been very limited in our ability to interact outside of public meetings, I have never doubted your intent to do good. Even when our opinions have differed, you've always shown me respect and demonstrated great care in working toward finding the best solutions to very complex problems. You have contributed significantly to the success and sustainability of our organization, providing a wealth of knowledge and skills in multiple areas, including organizational management, finances, and strategic design. Additionally, much of what you have done has gone unnoticed or unrecognized, but I have been privy to your greatness, such as when you saw a stakeholder having a health issue in front of one of our schools and reacted swiftly to ensure their safety. You will be missed, but I am also happy that there will be no more middle of the night meetings for you in Norway. And I wish you and your family the best in this transition.
Okay, I'm gonna try not to cry because oh thanks, there's tissues for me. I'm gonna try not to cry because I really had a hard time even writing something up because my board mate is one of our greatest board members is leaving the board. So I'm gonna try to get through what I wrote, but please bear with me. So Paul, I just want to express my deepest gratitude first and foremost for everything you've done for OPA. Your partnership, your leadership, your passion, and your dedication have been unmatched. I've never seen a leader quite like yourself and truly have learned so much from it. Regardless of what we're doing together, from chaperoning on our fourth grade field trip, to having deep strategic conversations about board matters, your perspective and your dialogue have been greatly appreciated. Your honest and open conversations have carried us through the board to get to the right solutions. All of our discussions, dialogue, conversations have truly been appreciated, and I've learned so much from you.
no one will truly ever understand how much of an impact you've made on this organization. Your unwavering support and dedication have helped us navigate through challenges and achieve what needed to be done for our organization and our goals. Your positive influence and impact has truly shaped our organization, and you will truly be missed on so many ways. Your guidance and inspiration have been a support to myself and all of our fellow board members. It's truly been an honor to serve with you. On behalf of OPA, I wanted to thank you for all that you've done for this organization, and most importantly, our students at the end of the day. I really wish people could know everything you've done because they would be so impressed. And I know that I've been able to experience that with you, and I thank you for everything that you've done for this organization. And truly, my life is better knowing you, and we will continue to be friends. And that's all I really can say without really crying. So, Paul, I'm gonna go ahead and, I don't know if we turn it to the staff or Paul. Paul's next.
Thank you. I didn't think. I appreciate everything that you guys said. Let me sort of start with the OPA community. Little did I know when we got the email from OPA saying you have 1 week to agree to join OPA in the middle of the school year, and my wife and I saying, what, we start now rather than the next school year? So my son, he joined in first grade, and of course, the very first day, we had all the parents swarm him and welcome him and us. Introduce. I mean, it was just the day one when we were worried about what is he going to do mid-year. It was just so impressive to see the care from the parents, the teachers, and the students. The class had been preparing for him. They'd all written letters for him. Just an amazing culture that I immediately fell in love with. Of course, within a week, we went into lockdown, and so we saw OPA through Zoom for several months, and then when I got the opportunity to sign up for the board with Amy at that time, yes, Amy, I agree with you. I've done a lot of volunteer work in my life. That's sort of my passion, and by far this has been the most challenging, but also one of the most fulfilling jobs I've done. I think to be able to remain compliant with the law while also having all the deep discussions that need to be had with the board, with the staff member, has been truly a very interesting and exciting adventure. And so I would thank the OPA community for giving me the opportunity, and also sort of being patient with me when I moved here in April, and humoring me with posting agendas remotely and sending agendas ahead of time, and me having to run around finding a printer in the middle of the night when our stuff was still in a ship coming here. It's just been one fine adventure this year as well. So thank you to the OPA community. To the staff and teachers, I got to interact with several of you. Many of you I don't know, or I just said hello to you as I walked by. I think what makes OPA tick is the staff, and sort of the culture that you guys continue to shepherd. End of the day, whatever we do is for our future citizens of the world, and we all should be proud of a small part we take in making hopefully the world a better place by training better champions as they go along. And then I'll reserve sort of my last comments to my board mates. I think I can perhaps say confidently that Betsy probably has a different appreciation of what public school board members do after joining the board. I think that it has been a tremendous honor. I've served with 6 board members until now, excluding me, of course, and every one of you have been, I've learned a lot. I can truly see the care. nobody gets compensated for our time and for our energy and emotional energy, but I think our compensation comes from knowing that we're doing right for our staff and for our students. So, Michael, I will be in Orange County between Christmas and early part of New Year, so would love to grab a coffee with you guys. I won't be breaking Brown Act by meeting you guys, so that'll be fantastic. I look forward to having some of those personal conversations. But you know, I think Michael, you're going to be a very good. You have already been a super impactful addition to the board, and I sort of look forward to watching you guys from the sideline making decisions that are right for the organization. Betsy, I've known you as a parent volunteer for several years. Many of you don't know, but for a Sacramento trip that Delita and I brought back to our fourth graders, Betsy was the one who helped us with T-shirts, and so I still have that T-shirt. I very fondly remember that trip as well. But I know that I don't think I've ever been to any OPA event that you were not there. And then for you to then step up and join this board and then already playing a huge part in the finance committee, I appreciate it, and certainly happy to continue to help through December 31st, and then later on, obviously, within the laws of confidentiality. Certainly happy to help. Finance is a particular passion of mine at OPA. I don't think I don't think I've contributed a lot on the academic side, but I can certainly tell you about the finance side, and I'm happy to help you with that. Denali, thank you for sending such a wonderful message. I think that I think we will always be stronger for what we went through, maybe even 1 year from today. So 1 year back. So you know, I'm sure we're going to meet when we meet in person. And then to the two surviving board members, Amy and I am not quitting you guys. I think this is right for the organization. I will be in the sidelines cheering you on. I can't express my gratitude enough for all the support, especially when you know I found myself in a position of people questioning my integrity or my respect for women, and the three of you stood by me like a rock, and that would have never, I would have never survived that if not for the three of you guys sort of being there for me, standing by, speaking up for me, and it was a huge reputational risk for me, but you guys stood by me. So I will always be grateful for that. But certainly all the late night closed session meetings, open session meetings, conversations that we've had with the legal team, with the staff. I know I'm leaving the board better than what we found it, because we always grow. But I feel very, very optimistic. I think we have a very, very strong executive staff right now. The two additions to the board have been very complementary in terms of sort of where our strengths come from, how we think about it. And I'm excited to see my replacement coming on board today as well. So I'm looking forward to, again, you know, being able to talk to you guys, meet you sort of outside the OPA. And yeah, Michael, I'd love to see how tall you think I am when you see me, because if you've never seen me, then because that was a big shock for me when I saw the staff after several months of COVID. I'd imagine people to be a certain height, for example, and they were completely different. So we'll see what you think about it. So thank you again, everyone. I still have a board meeting to finish, and then theoretically through 31st, I'm still at your service. And yeah, thanks again. I'll hand it back to you guys, to the meeting.
Thank you. Okay, now I gotta recover and actually run the meeting. So items for presentation and discussion, the South Orange County School Site presentation by Ms. Merlette, the Chancellor at SMC.
Good evening. All right, good evening, Board of Directors. I'm so excited to present all the things that have been happening at South Orange County. It was extremely difficult to kind of narrow down what I wanted to showcase and present this evening since the beginning of the year board meeting, where we showcase where we were at the beginning of the year to where we are now. We have accomplished and done so much, not only with our academics, but also with all of our extracurriculars, our OPA traditions that we have continued to have on campus, as well as new traditions that we have started that I wanted to showcase tonight. So first I wanted to showcase our majors. So twice a year at our campus, our first through fifth graders participate in majors, which is making academic jumps over rigorous standards. Our professors take student interest as well as staff interest into developing majors courses that students can select. This year, before our fall break, there were 15 major options that were presented to our champions, and our students were able to select their top 3 major courses that they were interested in once they read the description of the course, and then they found out on the day of majors what their class would be. Students are super excited when they find out what major they have, and as you can see in the pictures, here we're showcasing just some of the majors that they were able to participate in. We had photography this round. We had ceramics, we had cheer, soccer, dancing, story writing with an art piece that kind of accompanied their writing piece, origami, all things Disney, STEM challenging, and water paintings for just some of the courses. Now the majors classes, because they're driven by staff and student interest, they change throughout the year. So when we have our spring majors, our staff will be working together and then establishing new interesting courses for the students to sign up for and participate in. Next up, I wanted to showcase PBIS at SOC. So we have PBIS at all 3 of our campuses, which is focusing on our positive behavioral interventions and supports. So PBIS is a school-wide framework that aims to create a safe and positive learning environment for all of our students. And PBIS is very effective in reducing problem behaviors, reducing suspension rates, and improving school climate, and also improving student academic performance. So at SOC, we have school-wide behavioral expectations that we teach to the students at the start of the school year. And we have them broken down into a CHAMP matrix, which stands for compassionate, honest, accountable, mindful, and being prepared. And some of the ways that we highlight and teach PBIS at our campus are through some of the ways that I have listed here. We recognize this year as something new, students that have shown CHAMP behavior throughout the month at our monthly PEP assemblies. So this year we started to have PEP assemblies with also our TK and kindergartners, and our staff work with their students in the class, and they help vote and select which students they believe have shown CHAMP behaviors. And we recognize them at the monthly PEP assembly by giving them a CHAMP certificate. Another way that our whole school is recognized is students earn their scholarships and they go shopping each month at our Blackwell School store. In addition, we introduced this year our Dragon's Den, which is showcased in a photo and then also in this room. So when students come to our monthly assemblies, they bring scholarships that they've earned in buckets. They bring them to the assembly. We select their names, and one student from each class gets to pick a prize from Blackwell's. And then we take those scholarships, we add them to our Dragon's Den, and we're working towards school-wide incentives that we're also students selected. We surveyed our students in the beginning of the year to see what they were interested in working towards, and we are already halfway full, and we've earned already a free dress day, and they've earned additional recess time and Otter Pops. So they're really excited to kind of work together as an entire school to earn the scholarships as one of our incentives. In addition with PBIS, throughout the year, we have booster lessons. So anytime we're out of school for more than 3 days, our staff spends time reteaching expectations to the students to make sure they clearly understand what's expected of them around the campus and in the classroom. We also do weekly raffles through PBIS Rewards, which is photograph where you see the student number 1 and 2 on the slide. Each week, we run a digital raffle. The students' names are announced over the loudspeaker, and then they're able to select prizes. We're also very proud at our site that we have earned the California PBIS Gold Implementation Award. And we are hoping this year, once we receive our Tier 3 training with OCDE, that we will be applying for the Platinum Level Award after we receive those trainings at the end of the school year. And then just in addition, we support our students in various tiers. Our Tier 1 is for all students. Tier 2, which we already received training in with OCDE, is for a smaller group of students where we are supporting students through our counseling support, our lunch bunch groups, doing check-in, check-outs. And then we also already have some Tier 3 individual supports, but we will be adding in additional resources once we continue to collaborate with OCDE. And then the next 3 slides, I just wanted to quickly showcase a few new things that we brought to SOC that we know are going to end up becoming new traditions because the students really enjoyed them. So the first one is showcasing the You Belong Day. That was on December 2nd, and our wonderful school counselor, Ms. Ship, had the idea of having lunch activities with the students and putting together a video to promote inclusivity since we are a full inclusion campus. And I just have a short video that was put together with students and staff to promote You Belong Day that all the students were able to see.
Hi everyone, Mrs. Ship here on a very special December 2nd. It is You Belong Here Day. I have a very special message that several of my friends have helped me prepare, so stay tuned.
Hi, good morning, champions. So here at OPA, all students are welcome here and everyone belongs. We are an inclusive campus where everyone is welcome. We celebrate the diversity on our campus, and every single student here is unique and special. We want to make sure that every single child here feels safe and welcomed, and where they can grow socially and work hard with their academics while they are here at our school.
To belong at OPA or anywhere is to feel comfortable with yourself, your body, your community, your language. We welcome all students of all types, all families, all communities.
When I'm included in celebrations, I feel like I belong.
When I was a kid, my mom always told me everyone's different on the outside, but everyone's the same on the inside, and everyone should belong in the world. It's from like all the love that they give us and like all the knowledge that they help us to like get smarter, and like it's just like really my favorite place, and I just think it's the best place ever.
I feel like I belong to this amazing OPA community.
We teach belonging in TK by teaching the students how to treat each other with kindness and respect.
I'm Miss Lucina. I was wondering, what makes you belong here at OPA? I think I feel like I belong when people say my name, when they see me and they say hello, and they're always giving a kind smile.
I agree.
You belong here.
To me, belonging means that each of us contributes something special to our campus, and without each individual, our school would not be as amazing as it is.
I would play with them, or like I would be respectful to them. Like even if they don't want to play with me, I would still try because love can be hate.
You belong.
You belong here.
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 At OPA, we recognize everybody's individuality and accept everybody for who they are. So at OPA, we all belong.
You belong, and we need you.
You belong here.
你属于这里。你属于这里。
I feel I belong when others invite me to take part in what they're doing and when someone lends a helping hand.
You belong here.
Hi, this is Miss Gonzalez, and I feel belong when I just have so many hugs from friends and being happy with smiles.
3.
Great. So that was one of the wonderful activities that Ms. Ship helped plan, and the students really enjoyed the You Belong Day. In addition, I just wanted to showcase that we have monthly lessons that Ms. Ship is doing within the classrooms. She also has been doing lessons outside the classroom because we have fantastic families who love to come and volunteer at our campuses. We started to also provide additional opportunities for our families to help support with some of our counseling opportunities. So Ms. Ship also helped host our gratitude stations right before our break, and our students came by each class and they were able to participate in activities in Honor Hall, and they were able to focus on ways that they were felt gratitude and ways that they were feeling thankful. And then lastly, something else that was new at SOC, our staff had decided to do a staff underground spirit week to surprise the students right before our fall break. And our students typically, they participate in spirit weeks and they have different themed dress days. And the students did not know about this week. And every day they really enjoyed coming in and trying to figure out what our different themes were. So we had the first day, everyone wore black to wear the same color. That was the same day as our awards. We had anything but a cup day where everyone carried around something different to drink out of. We had a Disney day, and then we also had a sports day. So the students thought it was really funny, and they loved trying to figuring out what the themes were, and it really did help bring us together as a staff. And we do have a ton of things, believe it or not. This is just tomorrow and next week. So there's a lot going on campus. We have caroling around the campus. We have our monthly pep assemblies tomorrow, a spirit week with the students next week, field trip for our second graders, Blackwell's week, Polar Express Day, and then closing it out with our winter break celebrations. And our middle schoolers are coming over. I've coordinated with Mr. Chandler, and they're going to perform the Frosty Valleys for all of our students. All right, any questions?
No question, but thank you for making the middle school Frosty Follies things
Yeah.
present here. We really appreciate that you continue that tradition. And I love the check-in, check-out lunch group idea that you guys are.
Yeah, it's been amazing. We have positive feedback, and we're really excited to continue and get more training and bring more resources to help support all of our kiddos.
I love that.
Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. Next up, we will have our board member interview, and I believe that we are inviting one candidate up at a time. Oh, yeah,
I'll do the introductions and just get us started. First of all, board, you have in front of you your course ranking profile. So you can just keep it as the candidates move through the interview process. And then we also have our board questions. So they're outlined so that each one of us takes one question to ask the potential candidates. So at this time, I would just like to bring up to the table both candidates at the same time, Mr. Samir Shah and Mr. Pedram Mizani to the table. We can sit down and I'll just explain how you bring your questions up with you. I'll explain how we're going to move through the question answer portion. You were given the questions upon arrival. And the way that we do this, because it's live and we don't want to give anybody an advantage over the other candidate. So as we ask questions, our board president is going to start us off. And so she will ask Pedram first, you will respond, and then Samir, you will be asked the same question. You will then respond. When we go to the next board member, we'll just do it in the reverse. So Samir will go first and then Pepper will go first. So with that. It is live, so I'm going to turn it over to you. Madam
Thank you.
President.
Thank you. Please tell us about your background, including professional experience that prepares you for success as an Oxford Preparatory Academy board member.
Thank you so much for having me here. Really appreciate it. It's nice to see, faces in person. And my name is Pedram Mizani. I'm a family physician that took a turn towards education and technology in both education and healthcare. I have been involved in higher education since I was a medical student. I somehow got talked into co-founding medical schools, and so I co-founded 3 medical schools, and that's when I really began to fall in love with education and all the things that work behind closed doors. My background for this particular position is just a love for board membership, and I think that I was trying to figure out why do I love doing it, and I think that the common thread has been, if I see an organization that has really made a difference in my life and they're really doing it well, and if there is a board, I just want to be a part of it, and I want to see how they do it and how I can contribute so that we can keep it going. And that's what OPA has done. We're new to the school, but just everything that Ms. Merlet said is absolutely true. I mean, there's one way that I can describe my experience so far is trust. It's really hard for me to trust, especially in new organizations, but just the way that things have been handled. My case has been very challenging and unique, and it's just with utter professionalism and just incredible. So I feel, my background in higher education, in various nonprofit and for-profit boards of directors, memberships, all the way from the time that I was a student at Cal State Fullerton. It's kind of prepared me for here, and hopefully I can continue to contribute to all the incredible work that you've done. A huge shoes to fill with member Ms. Chicago, but it's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. My name is Samir Shah. I'm also a physician, practicing radiologist at St. Joseph's in Orange. In terms of my background, while no formal experience as a member of the board of directors, I find that throughout my training and subsequent professional career, I've always been called to participate in leadership or the background functioning of the organizations that I've been in. That started back in residency. I became one of the chief residents. Going forward from there, in my current practice, I've kind of taken the lead on the radiologic informatics IT side of things. Just typically where we run into problems, finding the relevant stakeholders, getting them in a room, talking about how we can fix what we need to fix, keep going, constantly improve. Typically tends to be where I tend to. We've been unbelievably happy with our experience at OPA. My daughter's in 5th grade. She moved over last year as 4th grader from Melinda Heights to Saddleback campus. And now my son started this year as kinder. And the transition for my daughter has been amazing. And my son, his start has been seamless. And they just have such a tremendous time. And with my wife's able to kind of participate in more of the day-to-day activities, volunteering, being a mom, whereas my daytime schedule doesn't permit that. It's my best chance to also be involved. And now my daughter's in the leadership club, so we kind of all have our fingers in the pot, hopefully at OPA, trying to do our best to kind of always move us forward.
Thank you.
And I have the next question, and both of you have touched on this a little bit already, so please tell us a little bit more about what interests you in serving as a member of the board of directors.
Sure. Like as you said, we kind of cover that a little bit, but I think especially having seen different educational environments. Personally, I was in a small private school up until 9th grade, and transitioned to a large inner city public school for high school. And then, as I said, my daughter started in Melinda and then has now come to OPA. I've seen a lot of different educational environments. And, you know, you think of what things that you liked and things you haven't liked, how we can integrate the positive and make those changes. As a parent, I think when we had the interview over Zoom, Michael and I kind of talked about how, as a parent, you kind of look on the outside and think, oh, it's obvious, why don't we change this? And, you know, you learn that on the professional side that it's not always so easy because there are definitely 17 more factors that you didn't think about. And I'm intrigued by seeing those factors, seeing how I can get involved in navigating those with all of your help and expertise, and see how we can do that to better.
So again, I think that just like in medicine, we have continuing medical education. I think for business and strategy, I think board membership is the continuing education that leaders need. And so just generally speaking, you know, board membership to me is really important. I've always tried to be parts of members of board, at least 2 at a time, and I just get a deep sense of satisfaction with being a member of a board. Although the question specifically doesn't ask about OPA, I think the one thing that I'm gravitated towards board membership here is, of course, my children are here, and I think that's a compelling reason. But I just think that again, when something is really good and it's a gem, I think it needs to be recognized, and I think we need to do everything we can to from top to bottom. We need to do everything we can to maintain it and make it better. So that's the reason why I'm interested here, which is the same reason why I'm also going to be a board member at AYSO, because it's changed our life as well. It's an incredible organization. So incredible organizations. Go and become a board member if you can.
The next one's for me, or by me, for you again, Dr. Mazzani. Will you please describe your understanding of the appropriate role of a public charter school board member?
Okay, sure. So I think first and foremost, upholding the mission and vision of the organization, that needs to be the guiding light at all times. Working with other board members immediately below the executive director is key. So which means that we have to really help the executive director and other staff in making sure that the reports that they generate, you know, getting ready for our site visits for accreditation, being prepared for all the regulatory requirements, fiscal policies of the school, you know, approving what our plans are going to be strategically moving forward, and of course how this is all impacting our community and how we're impacting our children and what they're going to be doing moving forward. So I think that our role is just a little bit of all of that, and we have to do it in a nonprofit format. So there can't be any sort of you know, any sort of interest that would not be fair, and so those would be our role.
Sure. So as Dr. Mazzani said, I mean, I think together as a group with the executive leadership and the board of directors, our role is to, within the confines of the kind of legal framework in which we exist, to do all that we can to fulfill the goals and objectives. Academy that both in terms of the well-being and success of our students, welfare of the staff, and all regulatory generate staff decisions
As a board member, you represent one of 5 members and are not a single decision maker. How have you worked as a team to make critical decisions for the betterment of the organization?
Sure. I think I'll parse the words a little bit and replace organization with patience, and it kind of very quickly is a very applicable question to the medical establishment. I think that we are constantly working as a team in training, of course, kind of on the wards on the board. You're a team of physicians, from your attending physician down to your intern, alongside your nursing staff and other patient care associates. And every decision that you make in that construct is done in a collaborative sort of team-based environment. Going forward now in my current practice as a radiologist, I'm not directly on those boards, but our practice nonetheless runs the same way. There's radiologists supported by technologists and other staff, and pretty much everyone is a decision that's made in a team-based way. And I think one of the most illustrative things for me in this process is constantly learning that point, which is immediately obvious to me, is not always the correct answer for one, but it's not always immediately obvious to everyone else. To approaching complex issues with that mindset that, hey, what I think might be just stone cold right is not necessarily stone cold right to everyone, may not be the right choice for the whole organization.
Yeah, so I think one of the immediate examples that comes to mind is when I had to take on the role of being a technology leader for my organization. And where that came about was I decided to become a site evaluator for Accreditation Bureau for Health Education Schools. And when I was going through the accreditation process, I learned that, our weakness was technology. And then so I started to, head that department. And when I did that, then it became apparent that, there's just so many people involved in the entire process. So not only do we have to have individual departmental participation, but, from, parents, students, faculty, teachers, developers, you just name it, within this entire accreditation process. So, and it doesn't stop with just one site visit. It just goes on. And so whatever tradition that we're building on, and whatever we want to be, whatever the vision is, and the future of the board, we just have to do it as a team. So certainly, single decision cannot be made by anyone. Group is the way to go.
I think it's my turn. Organizational leadership often covers difficult topics and requires members to make difficult decisions. These decisions may be agreeable with some constituents and disagreeable with others. What strategies would you use to navigate a board decision that is viewed as unfavorable?
What strategies would you use to navigate a board decision that is viewed as unfavorable? I would probably need a little bit more context with regards to this, because every situation will be different. But before a board decision is made, it's probably been discussed ad nauseum, and the pros and cons have been considered. So I would be very comfortable with the decision that the board makes as a whole. Unfavorability of it, I don't know how unfavorable any board member would make a decision. There's probably tough conversations to be had, but the end goal is a betterment of our students and our community and education, academic excellence. I don't know how unfavorable that could get. Those are all quite positive. But again, if there's a particular situation, let's say, I don't know, maybe like a dismissal or disciplinary action, then I'm sure there's probably merit to every decision that is made. So I would trust the board.
Of course, as you said, the context is everything. I think within the confines of what the specific issue is and the regulations and legalities that surround that, I think transparency rules the day. So, and I think in a transparent, open conversation, we permit all sides to be discussed and trust that with both within the board as well as in the larger community, everyone has aligned aligned overall goals of our students and our staff's well-being. And with that in mind, as long as the conversation rationale is available for everyone and people understand specifics or the reasons behind what the decision is, you can trust that that sort of making those decisions openly and transparently will allow for people to accept them, even if they're not, or even if they
Go ahead, final question. Is there any other relevant information that you would like to share or in support of your candidacy? Keep in mind that we have kind of given you the debrief on the Brown Act, meaning that some of us have met you, but for the greater board, is there anything else that you would like to share with the whole?
just as a background, I mean, my kids are at the Saddleback campus. My son's a kindergartner, my daughter's a fifth grader, and we've been now with OPA for 2 years. His junior year now, although it feels like he was basically a TK kid because he ran around during drop off pickups and basically that made his transition super easy. But we as a family are very invested in OPA. My wife was room mom last year, and now that there's 2 rooms, she's chosen to kind of be just one step behind the room moms because it's a little bit too much to try to room mom both the rooms. But and then I was lucky enough to also go to Sacramento last year, and I had a phenomenal time with that. And I think that this is just another opportunity for me to participate in the OPA community. I've been just floored by how great the whole community is in terms of the diversity of the student population, just how invested the teachers and staff are, and just every morning is so exciting for the kids to see the teachers all out there running the traffic and meeting everyone and fist bumping, high fiving as the morning starts. Just isn't a better way to start. It makes for just really exciting educational experience for our kids, I'm sure for the rest of the kids. So I'm just really excited for the opportunity.
So I think warning about me is I love solving problems. And so I love asking questions. I think I talked your head off a little bit earlier about accreditation status, but I think that I think the more that that's always helped me a lot. That's how I've always created our products within our previous organizations. It helps with strategy. It helps with road mapping. It helps with the board of directors, and I'm really excited to bring those experiences to the board and hopefully help with future strategies and maybe questioning some of the things that we do and playing devil's advocate a little bit and being prepared for whatever may come. Yeah, but that's usually served me well and serves the board as well because it just makes us more prepared. So looking forward to bringing that to the team.
Thank you. I just, on behalf of the board, want to thank you for your time and attention in this process. It's been an exhaustive process. This is their 3rd interview session. So thank you both for that. I just encourage the board to go ahead and fill out your force ranking. You can give that to me at any point in time. And then this would conclude the interview portion at this round. And then after the board gives me the information, then I will be in contact with you with a decision.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Next, we have academic excellence definition presentation.
You're welcome. Bye. Have a good night.
I'll share, before Victoria came to watch because she wants to start a YouTube channel where she interviews CEOs and important people of companies. So she wanted to see her father do the interview. So she was sharing all about her new project. So anyway, that very proud of an OPA student who has that kind of a ambition. Oh, thank you. Grab that. Thank you so much. Okay. Yep. So tonight, this will be a very brief presentation. I've had the pleasure of working with our Academic Excellence Committee for the last 3 years. So this is the 4th year. And here's a little bit of context about what I'll be sharing with you tonight for some discussion and then hopefully some approval. Our Academic Excellence Committee worked on updating our scope of work in 2023. And for the 2023-24 school year, last year, we worked to define excellent school performance and set rigorous academic goals based on charter, schools, mission, and vision. So that was part of our, what we called our charter and our charge for our Academic Excellence Committee, was to really come up with a definition of what is academic excellence at OPA. This definition was brought forward by the committee. We looked at it several times, we vetted, and then we brought the definition to our administrative team. In an admin meeting, we had a lot of feedback on what the components of this definition would look like, even going so far as what measurement might look like in the future. And so with all the input that we had, all of the revisions, you will see the definition that we are proposing. We do want to share that this is not an exhaustive definition. It will be re-examined regularly as OPA grows and has different needs. And then our next steps is after you take a look at this definition, is we will be looking at some metrics and a companion document to go with the definition of how we will be accomplishing the definition of academic excellence. So here is our definition. You have it in front of you. I'm happy to read it if you would like, and probably good for our audience if I do that. And then we'll have discussion, and then later on in the board agenda, this will be an item that you would vote for, but we would like your input after we go through the definition. So OPA believes that all children are unique and gifted individuals. We support our champions' ability to academically grow, achieve, and excel. Academic excellence at OPA is defined as champions meeting or exceeding standard metrics on required and organizationally adopted academic assessments, champions showing growth on local diagnostic assessments in literacy and mathematics, champions showing growth and outperforming comparison district and charter schools on required statewide metrics, including English language arts, mathematics, and science. Champions demonstrating understanding and excellence in the 6 competencies outlined in the champion profile. Those are critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, communication, character, and civic learning. And champions understanding, cultivating, and applying their multiple intelligences. So I would like to see if we have any discussion on this definition, any questions before we move forward later in the agenda to vote on adopting this OPA's definition of academic excellence.
I have one question.
Sure.
Where does this go in our organization? Is it we have our mission and this is the actionable part of our mission academically?
Yes, I don't know if you're going to continue the question or I would say yes. So we do have our vision, we have our mission, and then we also have how do we accomplish our vision and mission with all of our strategies, adopted strategies. So this was when our committee for academic excellence was really looking to define what does that mean And how will we measure it and know when we get there? So I do believe that this would be our overall vision and mission. They do encompass more than just the academic excellence, but this is really a deeper dive into what academic excellence looks like at OPA. Dr. Smith, do you want to add, because you've been a part of the committee?
So I would just double down on what you've shared in terms of, I think it really is to set that collective understanding about when we talk about wanting to be excellent, what does that mean to us as an organization? So I think it's a support for our mission. Yes.
And then do we present it at things like the parent informational meetings? Do we present it as like, this is what we are and what we are achieving for our students to the school district, to say this is why we succeed? How does this get marketed or passed out?
Well, absolutely. I would envision that this would be, once we have adopted this would be part of our website. It would be part of, it's a more concrete way to explain all the wonderful things we do. As part of our parent information meetings, we even have some language on the back side of our champion profile. I think this would go right along with that, having it as a companion. There are so many ways. We do have our marketing expert over here for branding, and we're always talking about new ways to brand OPA. And I feel like having this adopted definition of academic excellence would be something that would be invaluable for us.
It looks great. Thank you for the hard work.
Thank you.
I think in addition to marketing too, I see it as a framework we can integrate in different ways as well. So like when we're getting results on CAS, right? Then we're measuring ourselves based on this definition, right? Not just the standalone measurement instrument. So I see it being integrated that way as well in different presentations and the way we look at things.
Absolutely. The language of framework works really well with this. Any other questions or discussion?
Under the second one, it was diagnostic assessments for literacy and mathematics. Why wasn't science included in that? Because we've been really strong in science, and so I feel like that's such a strength of ours. Is it because that's what we existingly have in those areas?
I think yes. So we have diagnostic assessments that we use. Our benchmarks are iReady, measurable exams. So those are what we have. We have local assessments that we use in our science classes, but they aren't adopted diagnostic assessments.
That was my question. Okay, thank you.
Please help me understand the difference between the second and the third one.
The second and the third bullet. So we have our diagnostic assessments, which is where we're looking at students' progress along the way, which would our iReady assessments in both English and mathematics. And then in the third bullet, we're looking at statewide metrics, which include those CASP assessments that I shared with you few board meetings ago, as well as our dashboard, which will be in a future board meeting. And you'll get to see how through the state's accountability system, all of those metrics are shown in even a different way. They're shown for growth past standards. So we were trying to capture all of the different metrics so that we would be able to measure this as well.
Well, I think I was missing out what was meant by local diagnostic assessment. I understand that.
Any other questions? Okay.
Can I just make a comment and to express my appreciation for everyone who has contributed to shaping this definition? It's by no means meant to, I think, be static. Like we want to continue to think about this, but I think it's a great place to start. And I really appreciate, again, everybody who's contributed, and especially when you shopped it around with our staff to make sure, everyone felt good about setting this standard.
And they did. They had a lot of great input and really shaped. As Dr. Smith can attest to, the language changed from, we really started looking at growth because OPA does believe all students are gifted. And we wanted to be able to meet our students where they were, including our English learners, our students in Scholar Academy. So that input really did go a long way in shaping this definition. All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is lottery presentation, Dr. Becker.
Good evening. So the lottery presentation that you will see tonight is really timely because we're going to be starting the lottery soon here in January, or the whole process to begin the lottery. And in our charter, it does say that we should update, and if we do update our lottery protocols, the board should be approving those lottery protocols, and then they should be published and transparent. So just at the start of this, I just want to thank Dr. Kiermay and Ms. Aurelia Bernardino, who helped put all of the lottery regulations and protocols and made the tweaks and adjustments along the way. They've been meeting every single month, several times, to make sure that we have thought through these systems, and hopefully some of these things will be advantageous for us in a variety of ways come the spring. So the first slide of the presentation is just going through the admissions process in total. That goes from the application to the accepting of the application, or the accepting of the offer, and then placement, registration, and then as we move towards the start of school. So we're going to break each one of these down. And the purpose is, one, to align with our charter, making sure that we update and are transparent with any rule in terms of how the lottery runs, and making sure that everyone knows those regulations throughout. But then we also wanted to make sure that we standardize this across all of our sites, so that we are conducting or implementing the lottery at all 3 sites in the same way. And that is very clear, and that the deadlines are set, and then those expectations for our registrars and or our chancellors are the same no matter what campus you go to. And we also want to adjust the timeline. We wanted to move the lottery up a little bit. And I think that will give us some flexibility in terms of building master schedules in the spring, but also aligning with where other charter schools or private schools are offering their enrollment procedures, and trying to make that more in alignment. The one thing with our current lottery platform is that it is changing. They are updating their platform for this upcoming lottery. So we couldn't move the lottery up as much as we had wanted to originally, just because of that platform change. Next year, we may move it up a couple of days or slightly forward, depending on what that committee actually determines, and to see where these adjustments, how these adjustments gave us an advantage next year. And then maybe we would again review and then go back and make some adjustment later. But looking at the application window, we do want to make sure that enrollment will be a minimum of 30 days in the spring of each year. The dates are going to be all posted on the website. Parents can have access to that information, so everything is transparent. There are no tests or requirements of information or documentation that we require ahead of families going into the lottery system or applying to the lottery system. And we, of course, in our charters, we are in compliance with all regulatory measures and laws required to conduct a fair and appropriate lottery. And then we do require that parents and guardians submit a completed enrollment application before that enrollment window, before that closes. If they don't, then that application can be rejected, and they would have to go into that post-lottery system. So just to make that fair and consistent within all of our school sites, so that every parent is treated and every family is treated equitably. Going through the overview of the lottery itself, it will take place within 60 calendar days of the closing of the open enrollment window. The date of the lottery will be published and posted on the website, and it will also will have other publications and marketing endeavors to make sure people are aware of when that date is. Admissions preferences will be established. And that is in accordance to each charter and how we give priority to certain students, families, or siblings. And that will be all outlined, and it has been outlined, and that same standard is going to be continued. We are going, the number of openings will be established, and then we will run the lottery and fill all of the available openings at the onset of the first lottery run. And the lottery will be public and take place via that virtual meeting setting. There'll be the drawing of names, and then at the conclusion, when all of the spots are filled, then it will go through the same process in order to begin generating the lottery wait list. And that is all in the same kind of timeline that we've seen before. When we move on to placement and acceptance, parents and guardians will have 4 business days to accept and offer through our lottery system, and that will be the deadline. And so in the past, we had a little bit of a longer window. We're going to shorten that up a little bit and make sure that we are capturing those families who really want to come and be a part of OPA. If there's extenuating circumstances, obviously we can, meet with those families. But having a clear cutoff point for acceptance and then moving on to the next page, which is registration, is important. During that time, we will have multiple ways of communicating with families via phone, via email, to make sure that those who are really truly interested and want to have that acceptance do so in a timely fashion. When we move on to registration, here is where we've established a timeline of 2 weeks for that accepted individual family to actually submit their registration materials and all of the things that they need to complete the registration process. In this system, updating our lottery system, we also have a generated link right into our ARIES system, which is our student information system. So it will facilitate this process, I think, quite easily. Again, just to help families, we want to make sure that we have multiple methods of reaching out to them and making sure that if there's an issue getting their registration materials to us, that we work through that with them, and or setting that deadline. Again, if they choose not to provide their registration material, they can go back through the post-lottery system and get on the wait list from that point. Before the start of school, we also want to make sure that we have many touch points. I know Dr. Kira Megan, I spoke several times about what can we do to keep the families engaged from the time they submit their application all the way through the lottery system until we start school. We want to make sure that they feel warm and welcome, especially those new families to us. And we want to make sure that their first experience with us is truly a grand experience where they feel that they want to get to the start of school. So just a couple of things that I know that Dr. Kierman did last year was she sent many postcards home, touch points home, and then also we generated the yard signs that can sit all across the campuses. I actually saw one the other day and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's us, and it's kind of an exciting thing to see. But anyway, we will come up with additional ideas to make sure that we keep our families engaged throughout the entire time from that acceptance, the registration, and all the way to the start of school. The post-lottery portal will open 60 days at the conclusion of the lottery, and then we'll start generating the wait lists. And again, all of this information is going to be posted. It will be on our website and it will be in open view for the public to see. So any applications that are submitted through the post-lottery system will be added to the back end of the wait list. And so I know that our registrars are very diligent at going through the wait list every single time we do have an opening to make sure that all of those enrollment opportunities, those seats in the classrooms are full. I just want to commend all of the staff who have worked on that, both at the school sites and the central office, because we do have a high rates of enrollment this year. And so they are really proud of that. So we're proud of them. Going into transfer situations, you can have inter-district transfer situations based on certain provisions in the education code that in certain situations with like special education students or discipline issues, you And there's other kind of extenuating circumstances which may require us to separate students, especially if there's like a bullying situation. We want to make sure that we have the ability to do this. And so we did check with our legal counsel, and we can add this to the lottery protocols. And that would be a new thing moving forward. The TK birth rates. TK, we are going to be following all the California Department of Education or CDE regulations and guidelines for enrollment dates for our TKK students. Those have changed. We are now going down to the lowest level, the youngest students to come in, and it is a 20-to-1 ratio at that TK level. So we are mindful of that, and we will plan accordingly with staffing and with classroom assignments. And then as we move on to the timelines, as you can see, January 27th, the application site window will open. That will initially start our this lottery timeline process. January 28th through the 30th, we have those PIMs or those parent information meetings. That's a great way for us to market our wonderful programs here at OPA. And then February 28th, the application window will close. March 14th, the lottery will actually run. During that time, we will be going through and looking at all of the materials as they come in, which is slightly different from what we have done in the past. And that is so that if there's any mistakes or there's anything that maybe a clerical error or something that we can indicate to us that it's not quite right with that application, we can at least communicate with that family, get that quite right before the lottery runs, because once the lottery runs, we're not able to do that. So I think that will be a little bit more effective, and I'm glad that the team had come up with that suggestion this year to make that run a little bit more efficiently. March 21st is a deadline to accept all placement offers. And then May 1st, we will be running that post-lottery application process. The only addition for the middle school is with course selection. So we want to make sure that course selection process where they actually pick classes and get invested in the middle school is a part of our lottery process. So that was also an addition to this process that wasn't there prior. And then finally, I talked a little bit about the marketing. We have, Dr. Kierming and I have talked about there's paid advertisements, things that we can do. How do we get that information out? How do we make public what our lottery deadlines and timelines are? And then why to select OPA. I know that she's been working on some CTE for the middle school pamphlets and other informational packets so that we can showcase all the wonderful programs and things that we do here at OPA and hopefully entice additional families to come and join us. So if you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them.
I have a few, Dr. Frigates. So one is, I appreciate you making it very clear about TK eligibility. Are you certain that the material that goes out to the parents have also been updated so that there is no confusion whatsoever about eligibility?
We have actually reviewed the information that will be going out by multiple lenses, many different people throughout the organization. A small committee was formed, as I mentioned, just to make sure that from every single lens, from the way it was phrased to the CDE language being inserted specifically, our team went through that information. So yes, we will make sure that the CDE regulations and guidelines are going to be followed, and that's going to be the language that ends up going out to our families.
Great. And then my second question is about the middle school marketing. I think a lot of the marketing ought to do with clarifying the middle school outcomes that we have, and maybe breaking some myths about what is available and what is not. So I think it might be a great topic for the Strategy and Development Committee to at least provide an additional input to your plans, because we certainly need the marketing for the middle school to lead to really good outcomes for us, right? So I mean, we'll see in the pitch from Michael about our finances. We definitely need to make sure that our marketing for the middle school is really good, and it kind of leads to good enrollments and good good lottery submissions and so on. So that's more of a comment. And then my last comment is related to the several places where you'd mentioned that for extenuating circumstances, we may make exceptions, and I understand the intent of it. What would be great is if we can provide some sort of guardrails for the people making the exceptions on what is considered an extenuating circumstance. You can't cover everything, but I think we know from the past that some of the exceptions have been, it was a matter of interpretation, so we have to be careful. And also then I would request that you document any exception that was made, and that if we need to audit it in the future, that there is a paper trail that says why we made that exception and what that decision and how was that decision made.
I fully concur. And so we are working with our legal team to kind of hone in on what that process is. And it's just based on certain head codes that would allow some of those exceptions. So we will come back with what that protocol is.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Are we doing tours still?
We are doing tours, and actually the tours are going really, really well. Many of them are full, and we've added tours, several tours to all of our campuses. So that has been a great addition as well this year. I know that that is kind of a plan that has been generated for a while, so we're glad to bring that to life.
And when will the number of openings for each grade level be established?
So once we know the rollover of the current cohort of students to the next grade level, then that gap of the vacancies will become calculated and clear, and that is also posted on our website.
Okay. And then just to confirm, the TK date, just for my own sanity, is all children who have turned 4 by September 1st.
By September 1st.
Okay.
So we may have a couple little ones in that mix, yes.
Okay, but if you're 4 by September 1st.
4 by September 1st.
Okay.
You're in.
Just want to make sure that's very clear. I love that you actually put it in here. I think it's great that you actually spelled it out. So
no, thank you to Dr. Kira Megan Aurelia for helping me with this.
I actually had a follow-up question. Did the TK number also, you can see we're honing in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, there will be no exceptions to that, even for staff, correct?
No exceptions to that for staff, no.
No exceptions. Is there going to be, I know you're just mentioning with Paul that you're going to establish protocol for any exceptions that are being made.
That would just be for a student who must transfer from one elementary to a different elementary for like a special education reason, or an ed code violation for like bullying or something like that. If it's very egregious, like there has to be a way to move a child if we need to, but there's no exceptions for initial enrollment into TK.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, Kim, I was more thinking broadly about I think there were areas where if they don't meet the deadline, for example, then the chancellors have the option for extenuating. So I was actually not even thinking about the disciplinary or the special ed reasons, but more so in the lottery process. I think back to Delight, you were saying, I think we need to have a very clear guidelines on what is considered an exception, and when an exception is made, that needs to be documented. So I was more thinking, I think there were 2 areas where there was deadlines that could be moved for parents to respond or accept for extenuating circumstances. I'm just saying in general, any exceptions, there should be some sort of a guardrail, and then it should be documented. So we can go back and say, why was that exception made? We shouldn't be having to figure out why that exception was made. Yeah.
Right, and so no, we won't be making any exceptions on entry dates, timelines, deadlines, birth date, ranges for admission. None of those would be the exceptions. It would be only in severe cases where we would have to either have like a legal indication where we would have to do something between 2 students. We would have to have a provision in our lottery protocols to do that, instead of going back out to the wait list. And then we will have a priority that will allow them to move quicker. And just like a sibling has a priority to move quicker. So we're just adding that component to the lottery so that we can facilitate that in a quicker manner. But no deadlines, guidelines will be moved.
And the lottery. Go ahead, Paul.
Sorry, because we've had to deal with this for the past 2 years, and you see that we keep asking the same question many different ways. But the current rule of September 1st for the TKs, that will allow us to get funding for all of those TK students, right?
Every TK.
As the law is written today.
As the law is written today, yes.
Yes. So as long as we adhere to this, then we won't have any risk to funding like the past 2 years.
No, we will not.
Good. Thank you.
And just to clarify, the preferences on each individual charter will be trumping the prioritization.
The preferences on every charter will be implemented in the lottery.
Okay.
Protocols, yes.
Okay, perfect. Perfect, because we have to always follow our charter.
Yes. And they're in here.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, fiscal policy presentation update.
Good evening. So you guys have paper copies in front of you as well, so you can reference. I'm going to skip ahead into the presentation. One might ask, what is fiscal policy, right? I'm going to give you a brief overview of what we're going to talk about here, and then we're going to jump right into it. What is fiscal policy? The board of directors sets board policy and establishes the quote unquote what the organization is directed to do. Fiscal policy is the administrative regulations developed by administrative team to determine how it's accomplished. We have a standardized process to review and update board policy as well as administrative regulations, right? So fiscal policy would be one of those regulations. I'm actually going to skip ahead to the second slide here. So part of the proposed changes when I was reviewing this with Ms. Palomino, as well as in our fiscal or audit and fiscal committee, I did notice that when the last iteration of the fiscal policy was approved February 21st, 2024 with Dr. Lewis, under the section informal bidding and contract approval contracts up to $200,000, I do want to make note of a sentence within this paragraph. Contracts for purchases up to $25,000 may be executed by the executive director without prior board approval. This is part of the fiscal policy that was approved in February 2024. Things that are highlighted in yellow, things that are added, and things that are stricken out in red are things that I'm removing. What should also be stated here after the fact is contracts for purchases above $25,000 requires board of directors approval. Another thing to add here, for all purchases of $25,000 but less than $200,000, we have to have documentation of good faith effort to secure the lowest bid or cost possible, right? So making sure that $25,000 is standard across the board. Hopping back one section, or one page, and part of the procedure for approving purchases, I'd like to draw attention to number 3, as well as number 4. But so to be in line with what the fiscal policy is already approved, I would change the amounts up to $25,000 that the executive director can approve. But I will note that on the 4th bullet point here, for amounts above $25,000, what it had said currently is it only needs the approval of executive director and board chair. The language I'd like to add this in conjunction with the last slide is to get approval from the board of directors rather than just one single board member. That way we mitigate any types of internal risk whatsoever in approvals. But moreover, it's to also align with fiscal policy that's already been approved as of February 2024. So this is to align what is already approved. And that way the language is also in there, so really to protect the board chair and to delegate the duty of approving contracts above $25,000 to be brought to the board. This is a practice that we already have. It just needs to be written down and corrected here in our fiscal policy. Another proposed change is on page 25, changing the banking. Currently, right now, it sits at anything at $15,000 or above needs 2 signatures. To be in alignment with the other 2 areas of change, I would make it to $25,000 instead of $15,000. And throughout the rest of the document, it references Chief Operations Officer. That's also replaced with Chief Business Officer. In reviewing fiscal policy, I've also reached out to Fiscal Crisis Management Assistant Team for their input onto these changes, as well as our own external auditor as well. We've talked about it in Finance and Audit Committee as well. Are there any questions or concerns?
So on page 25, you have you have 2 signatures. Who are those 2 signatures that this will be moving forward if it's the board signing? If it's not the board signing.
So currently right now, there's 3 authorized signers. It's board chair, myself, and Dr. Kim Fricker. Usually within small organizations, of OPA size, it isn't unusual to have a board member be an authorized signer in case that you can't get 2 signatures for approval. My recommendation would be to have myself and Dr. Fricker be the primaries in case that I'm out, say, not on paternity leave because I'm not eligible for paternity leave, but if one of us were out for whatever reason, it would route back to the board chair.
Okay, so the challenge you have is that on page 6, you have it listed that the chief, that the business officer is only authorized up to $5,000 and the executive director is only authorized up to $25,000. So who is your second signer?
Well, anytime we're issuing a check for over $25,000, there's actually a requisition and a purchase order that's brought. Actually, before it's even a purchase order, it's a requisition and a contract that's brought to the board.
Of course.
So when that's approved, that's giving the authority to us to convert it into a purchase order. So that means at that point, you've granted us authority for those services to be either redeemed or goods or services to be recognized, of which we then can process payments once those goods or services are recognized.
Totally agree, but you're not answering my question on who is the second signer listed on page 25.
Both authorized signers currently for our bank is Dr. Fricker, myself, and the board chair.
Okay. Can someone else?
I think where you're getting hung up is this is approving and signing. They're different.
I understand that, but I think that the reality is she needs to be all in alignment and it's not quite in alignment with where it needs to be. I think it's a great idea that the full board approves it. I think that's a wonderful change. And I think it's a matter of making sure that there is a process for doing that. But I do think there needs to be clarity on who can be that second signer.
Actually, Michael, can I ask you a question? Because I think maybe the answer to this would clarify Delight's. So when we go to your page 6 page, and I don't know, I guess you are in that page. Bullet number 4 says for amounts about 25,000, approval from the entire board of directors required. The way I understood our discussion was that once the contract is approved, like this is like you're saying you're going to bring a PO to the board, and then the board has to approve the PO before you can issue the payment. I mean, isn't that worse than what we have today? Because the PO now only gets approved by the board chair. Now you're going to require the PO to be approved by the entire board?
Currently, as it stands, anything above $25,000 needs to be brought to the board for approval, regardless.
But is that contract or PO?
Anything over $25,000.
No. Okay, so I think the difference is that there is a contract. First of all, there is like, okay, we need to create a contract to pay YMCA a certain amount, let's say, right? And then that amount is greater than 25,000. you have to do like a good faith attempt to get a bid, or you'll submit the contract to us. We'll say, yep, go ahead. We approve the contract. And then I think the next process then is to issue a purchase order. And the purchase order today never comes to the board. The purchase order always goes through the chain of the staff and then comes to the board chair, and the board chair approves the PO on behalf of the board. It seems like you're telling us now in the previous page that you're going to send the purchase orders also to the entire board. Am I reading it correctly?
Yes, you are hearing me incorrectly. So
okay.
Any purchase that we make above $25,000 goes before the board. That could be a non-public school agreement. It could be purchasing Chromebooks on a CMAS contract. It could be replacing.
No, don't. I mean, yeah, I understand, Michael. But explain to me that. Can you read? So is page 6? Is this about purchase orders or is it about contracts?
Page 6 is about streamlining and aligning the already approved fiscal policy from February 21st, 2024, of which on this current slide, if you read through after the 3 dots in this paragraph, it says contracts for purchases of up to $25,000 may be executed by the executive director without prior board approval.
I'm sorry. I think we're talking past each other. I have no objections to the contract. The contract is correct the way you've written, and every contract that's more than 25,000 will come to the board of directors. So no objections to that, at least from me. I'm more worried about this page. If I read this correctly, this is about now the contract has been approved. Now you're trying to execute the purchase, and the purchase requires you to issue a PO.
Well, the contract is being brought before the board before we make the purchase.
Okay, so I think Paul and I are saying the same thing. So right now, once it's approved by the board, the staff goes off and sets up all the payments, gets all the stuff done, and then a check, in order to issue a check, right now the board chair goes in and reviews the invoices that have come in and matches that to what was approved by the board. I've literally just did this, is I looked at what was done on a specific board meeting and said they approved X amount for something, and then I'm matching that to what now is being spent. Not the approved contract, but the money being spent. And that's Paul and I are asking the same question.
Yeah, so I mean, like anytime you could refer to any contract that we're gonna put on a board agenda, that dollar amount is gonna correlate directly to
who's gonna check that? Who's gonna check that?
purchase order. In terms of the approval, you know, between executive director and as well as the chief business officer, you know, if you don't have the trust enough to make this change, I totally understand. But you know,
Michael,
I think it's
you're misinterpreting our comment here. I think if I read this correctly, you are actually taking away what we want to give you, which is that I mean, maybe Delight. We have to explain. At least Betsy, what my understanding from finance committee was that once the contract is approved, we have to rely on the staff to make sure that the purchases conform to the contract. Because of what has happened at OPA 4 or 5 years back, there was an additional control put in place that even purchase orders that are larger, even if the contract is approved, we added this board chair having to review it. We went back and checked with Jerry already. So now we are in a situation where we feel that additional control is perhaps not required. And we as a board want to delegate, at least finance committee, Betsy, please correct me if I'm wrong, but finance committee said, we are comfortable at this stage of where we are with staff, that once a contract is approved, we're going to hand back the PO approvals to you guys. So what I'm confused about right now is if I read number 4 correctly, number 4 saying, yes, you will approve, meaning you and Kim will approve purchases up to 25,000. But any purchase orders, not contracts, any purchase orders above 25,000, you're committing not only to send it to Delight, but you're going to send it to the entire board, which seems to be worse than it is today. I don't think you want this, is all I was trying to say.
This isn't,
Yeah.
we're not, I think the route we're trying to go here is not to have a board member making approvals in our financial system, or over the entire board to make decisions and approve things which we execute on.
But they're saying the way it's written right now, you are requiring the full board now to do that approval that you're trying to get away from any board member
But
having to do.
I think with the procedure for approving purchases, this doesn't correlate directly to our financial systems, is how I'm interpreting it. How I'm interpreting it is when we're having to make purchases over a certain dollar amount, you guys are the ones as the full board approving it, which we're going into our system and then following through on that. I don't read this as this is directly correlating to Sage. Moreover, it's us bringing purchases over a certain dollar amount to the entire board for approval.
Maybe we need some clarifying language then to say that it's required to authorize purchases like prior versus it being after the fact and approving the purchase that occurred on an invoice, which is the current practice.
Exactly. And so there's two pieces of this thing. You're right. You're right in the sense of like anything that's above 25,000 should have board approval. It should. 100% agree with that. And that's what the board wants. We are a 5-member board. No one person has more power than another. We're a 5-member board. We want to make sure that we're all in agreement if anything over 25,000. The issue stands is once that approval is done, making sure that whoever handles the money, not the contract, not what's being presented to the board, but who's actually handling the money it's following the same protocol. And how is that going to happen? Because there's two pieces that do not make sense. There's this piece, and then who is the second signer?
So let me take you through our requisition and purchase order process, which we've implemented this year. So, for instance, I myself am not an initiator of let's say a requisition. We have 2 members, either at this or three members, either at the school site or within the central office, of which, let's say we're going to put in a requisition for services, a contract for $50,000. Okay, the contract, right, is going to first go to the board for approval, right? It's going to then route to one of our employees in the AV office. They're going to have the executed contract. They're going to input what that dollar amount is, match it to the contract, make sure the funding sources in our LCAP is correct, our general ledger accounting codes are correct. Then it'll route through to go for approval. We do know that once we have it, it's been board approved. We do know the dollar amount has to correlate. The person who's initiating the requisition is saying, hey, like, we're attaching this contract to the requisition. We're going to convert it into a purchase order. And then from that point, we have authorization, contract's been executed. We have a purchase order. It's been board approved for us to either go redeem those services or receive goods, whether it be Chromebooks or a new HVAC controller or system.
So I'm going to ask one more question. Let me tell you one more thing. Yes. Is that outside of that, in the finance committee, which you will be on. Yes. Next month, is we get a check register. Of course. And when Rosa puts the things in her comments, she does say board approved on this day and checks it. And then I go back and I look at the board minutes and I compare what check she wrote to it, which I'm sure someone is doing here, but it does get looked at more than one time. Okay.
So are you saying that you want us, let's take this board policy, bring it back. The language in number 4 would need to be restructured. And then the clarity for signers needs to be detailed out more proficiently.
Yeah.
So
And then Kim, I think, and I won't be your next meeting, but this is my chance to talk to. This is my chance to talk to Delight. This is my chance to talk to Delight. I think that Delight. I think we checked with Jerry about why, for example, the board chair is approving purchase orders as well, right? Because we suspected what the answer was. We went back, and the answer is that because of what happened 3, 4, 5 years back, whatever the time period is, maybe longer. I guess it's more than 5 years. the board put in a process where until we get stability in the organization, large purchase orders will still require additional oversight from the board. I think that Betsy and I, as finance, we are suggesting that once the entire board approves the contract, we trust the staff to go execute those contracts through purchase orders. And so therefore, all purchase orders, we should give the authority above a certain number to Kim, above a certain number to the CBO, Michael. And I would even encourage us to change the PO. So the PO for the CBO, in my opinion, should be higher than the contract for the CBO, right? And so and then you match the check signing authority, and then for the approving the PO for larger amounts, we should delegate that to the executive director, and then finance committee will pick back those payments that have gone out through sort of the budget process, the income statement, the expenses, and so that'll be like the line of defense after the fact. But we believed, and like Betsy, and I'm speaking for you, but finance committee, the board members of the finance committee believe that it is time now to give that authority back to staff from a PO perspective, not from a contract perspective. Contracts are still the same. The entire board will approve large contracts. But once a contract is done, then we should let the staff execute it. But if I read this correctly, I think if I read it correctly, and maybe Kim, you and Michael can take this offline, I'm reading this as, Kim, you have the chance to approve POs up to 25,000. If the PO goes above 25,000, you're going to agendize it and put it on the board in a board meeting. That's how I'm reading it. If it's wrong, then maybe I'm not reading it correctly, or the verbiage needs to be updated. I would suggest you increase the CBO's number from 5,000 to 115,000, and then 15,000 and on. Kim, you will have to approve it. It can't be just a CBO. We'll rely on you to make sure that the PO is for the right amount, and then make sure that the board has approved it and so on, right? That way, then we get out of the business of running the organization and doing the PO. Delight's point about the check is a different story, and that needs to be how you practically do it. But Delight, this is like a change in process for you as a board chair, because now once a contract is approved, you don't need to now do that oversight of checking POs. You're delegating that to Kim, and that's something that you as a board, finance committee is saying delegate it, but as a full board, you guys should be comfortable with it.
Well, and
did I get it right?
I think you're summing it up very nicely, Paul. And I think what I would ask is that this be rewritten and be represented to us at the next board meeting. So that it really is crystal clear, because to me, I think the more that we can have this stuff right, and to me, it's kind of like it has to be done prior to, right? Because this is getting in a system of like things can't come at the last minute. Like, this is getting in a better system of making sure that we have a better process in place, and then making sure that, which staff member is ultimately going to be responsible, or multiple staff members, because that's another thing we've been talking about, which multiple staff members should be approving at what level to ensure that there's enough internal oversight for checks and balances.
Yeah.
And so that to me is like what I really just want to see. And I would be very happy to gain hours of my life back.
Yeah. So I think in the spirit of helping staff with this, so let's kind of go through, and as a board, does anyone have objections to this? We say this is the intent, and then let Michael and Kim work with Jerry's team to come up with the right language. But the intent is that contractually, any contract above 25,000 has to be approved by the board before you can even execute it. I think that we have allowed exceptions in the past when there is like a real emergency, but then the staff can approve it, but then there is always a risk that the board can reject the approval. So ideally, every contract above 25,000 has to come to the full board, not to individual members of the board, to full board. That in practice is what we do today. Michael has a point that maybe there's some inconsistencies in the fiscal policy, how it's written, but let's for the moment assume on outcomes. That's number one. Number two, once the contract is approved, if we delegate the authority for making sure that the elements of the contract is conformed to back to staff. Today, above a certain amount, it is falls upon the board chair to verify that. We are saying, staff, you got it. And Kim, you decide with Michael sort of what is those numbers. And so then up to a certain amount, Michael can approve the POs. And beyond that, Kim, you have to approve the POs. And we'll look at you to say, you verifying if the right approvals are in place, the contract is valid, the services have been made, and so on. That's like you're running the organization, so you got that. The third thing then is, if you're ever cutting a physical check, how would you sign the check? And for that, I think the check will only be signed after the purchase order is approved. So once the purchase order is approved, it's just a matter of then somebody from the fiscal team saying, oh, this purchase order has been approved appropriately by either Kim or Michael. And now I have to cut a check. I need to sign a check. And the check signing authorities, again, if I don't know if there needs to be like a Michael can only sign this check versus this check. I think maybe we can find what the best practices are, but I would suggest that you separate those three processes: contract, board has to see it, PO, you're ultimately responsible for it, and check signing, come up with what the best practice is and write down. So if that means that Michael can sign a bigger check, I don't think that's the end of the world, because again, we've done 2 rounds of approvals for it. Does the board have any objections to this concept? And then I think then staff can go write it. But this is important, that the big thing we're giving is we're delegating back to staff the opportunity to execute on an approved contract without the approval of the board chair, which was an unusual construct for OPA based on past history.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with it. I just think that this needs to be put in writing, and then the board
Yes, we can
approve it. I like the concept. I think again, it's, to me, our fiscal policy needs some finesse.
Yes.
And I think that's the thing that I would ask to be done, so that it does have our internal controls in place, but ensures that that there's enough checks and balances there. That is the biggest thing, is I want to know which staff member at what level is verifying that the board, that they have approved it against what was approved by the board. That's one thing I really want to see in the policy.
Yeah, well, I think also what you'll see in our audit report, it's not here at this meeting, but in January, you know, our external auditor always looks at a segregation of duties. They always test like, okay, who's doing what in the process of cutting a check or making payments. We don't have any findings. Here's a little teaser. We don't have findings on any internal control, or we don't have any issues there. So, you know, just to piggyback onto what you're asking for, like, you'll see in our audit report that there's no cause for concern in that area.
And I would ask one more thing. I know we've talked about FIGMAT and making sure that all the controls are in place. Can you please go back and verify that it's compliant in our fiscal policy for that as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I sent it to somebody I know who works at FIGMAT, so yeah, I can follow. They have a copy of our fiscal policy. Okay. So double check again.
Michael,
can we do a quick round robin with the board to make sure that everybody's aligned with this concept, so that we don't go back and forth on this?
Paul, Michael has a question first.
Oh, sorry.
I guess I'll in part actually address or respond to your question, Paul. I'll say yes, I fully concur with the description that you gave earlier. My comments to Michael is, when you read this policy, I think what confused me, but what confused some of us also, is that there isn't this kind of separate notion of approval for the transaction itself, and then separately the ministerial act of actually starting to process the payment, starting with the PO in the system, culminating to the actual kind of cutting of the check. So maybe I would encourage you to address kind of separately the contracting authority in the first place, and then you can take this section 6 and then maybe and limit that to that ministerial act, which then does not need to involve the board, and including for expenses over $25,000, as long as the underlying transaction was already. Yeah. And then one last thing, just kind of my view on
check signing, and I'm kind of saying this as a banker. Many banks don't really enforce or look at this or limits. And they'll say, yeah, we'll do it. But if you look at the fine line of the contract, they say they're not liable if they pay a check anyway. So it's not a good preventive control. So as far as I'm concerned, 2 authorized signers is enough. But I do believe in the detective after the fact control that we have through the finance committee. That's obviously very valuable. And
Yeah.
good principle.
Yeah, and I would also add, within our financial system, the way we build out, like when payments are at a high dollar amount, they go through multiple levels of approval. Just internally, in most cases, we don't sign physical checks. It's just when we're approving these payments, we're getting the invoice, we're double checking that it correlates with the contract and or purchase order. And then, we're ensuring that the dollar amount is correct as well. So, thanks for all the input, and thank you, board director Gu.
Oh, Paul do you have more thoughts? This is your last time to comment on this now.
No. I just want to make sure that because Betsy's going to be the level of continuity between finance committee. And so Betsy, you concur with sort of how I assessed what we discussed, and yeah. So we just need to help. So as long as you concur, and then I know Amy, you haven't said anything about whether you're okay with delegating the PO authority, the executing the contract after it's approved to staff. We should just make sure that all four of you are aligned on that. Then I think we can write the fiscal policy correctly.
Thanks. We'll take.
Can I ask if Amy, are you good? I want to make sure every board member has a chance to comment on this because this is a very sensitive topic.
Yeah, I think conceptually, I'm okay with what I'm hearing, the plan, but I need to see more details and then have clarity around the language being used to make sure I fully understand who's doing what. So I appreciate you're gonna work with me.
Yeah, we'll come back, take a look at it, rewrite it, and then bring it to the Finance and Audit Committee to review, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, and you're next for first interim. Maybe you can drink water.
Okay. Yeah. So we're going to go over our fiscal year 24-25 first interim report. Here's an overview of first interim. We're going to go over the budget cycle timeline. What is first interim for those here who don't understand what it is, as well as for those who are watching at home. We're going to compare our first interim budget versus our adopted budget from June 2024. We're going to look at our multi-year projection, something that's a little bit new. I've looked at prior presentations. It's not something that's always been presented, but we're going to touch base on what is the multi-year and how we factor that into our strategic planning and next steps. So here's a little graphic on our budget cycle. As you guys are well aware, in June of every fiscal year, we do a budget and LCAP public hearing, as well as adoption. There's always 2 meetings in June. So this budget was adopted in June 2024. As we go through the budget cycle, the first interim that we're presenting here in December is actual expenditures through October 31st, 2024. The next step in the budget cycle would be our second interim, the expenditures, bless you, through January 2025, then our unaudited actuals, and then we get back on the train through the system all over again, right? So what is the first interim? School boards or charter boards are required to certify predicted current year and subsequent 2 years financial conditions twice a year. It's Ed Code 42130. These are better known as the interim reports. Like I said, I had stated in the prior slide, this is going to be a snapshot of our budget with actual expenditures through October 31st, 2024. Like I also mentioned, the second interim report is going to be in March, and that will cover January 31st, 2025 actuals. Presented here is our first interim report, as well as fiscal years 25, 26, and 26, 27. There also is a certification of interim reports. This is applicable for SOC because CAPO is our authorizer rather than Saddleback Valley or the middle school, of which Orange County Department of Education is our authorizing entity. In our reports, they can receive different certifications, of which one could be positive, can meet our financial obligations, qualified, which means we may not be able to meet our financial obligations, and negative, which means we wouldn't be able to meet our financial obligations. Anytime we submit any interim report, our authorizing entities will be sending back a letter to go over our interim report and give feedback on things we might need to change. So I'm going to hit you guys with a lot of, not hit, but show you guys a lot of information tonight. So just bear with me and things will correlate as we get through the slides. This is our budget adoption, the first interim changes to fiscal position. For the middle school, we were showing at budget adoption a surplus, but that has now fallen into deficit. For SV at budget adoption, we did have a deficit, and that's swung the opposite direction, and we have a sizable surplus. And at SOC, we had a surplus, and that has grown slightly. Well,
We're going to talk about.
We're going to talk.
Yeah, okay.
We're getting big picture, and then we're going to
Yeah,
squeeze down.
perfect. Thank you.
Next up, a big driver of some of these changes is going to be what is our biggest revenue driver, our funding driver? It's enrollment, more specifically average daily attendance. Why you see a really big swing in the middle school, we'll get into, but I just want to note that there's a sizable loss for the middle school enrollment. We had budgeted 571 students be enrolled in June. However, when we started getting into the year and school started, we realized that number went down to 495 students. SV actually grew some in enrollment. I think they grew 14 students, and SOC lost 2 students. So they are pretty close to our projections. But the biggest takeaway from this slide here is enrollment growth at SV, almost flat at SOC, and considerable enrollment loss at middle school. So let's talk about the middle school. We're going to talk about each one of these schools. First, we're going to talk about what are the variances from adopted budget to first interim. Overall, the revenues at the middle school are $693,000 lower. The main driver of the revenue loss that we're seeing here is a decrease in local control funding formula revenue. We had predicted 76 more students than we actually had, which translates to a loss of revenue. Through the process of starting the year, we're fortunate enough to have caught the enrollment drop rather quickly. So Dr. Frichter and Ms. Rosa Palomino, as well as I, we moved rather quickly to mitigate the loss. Overall, we had 440. Overall, the expenditures we lowered $381,000 to mitigate the deficit, largely coming from vacancies that we're not filling and positions that we haven't filled yet. We have offset some salaries that were coming from unrestricted resources to programs like the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. There are some savings in curriculum, non-capitalized equipment, but we did see an increase in legal fees, our copiers, and our utilities. And we also have a speech language pathologist contract that's increasing our contracted services. We've also implemented a new PA system and HVAC systems as well as at the middle school. So if we look at the change in fund balance or the retained earnings, I want to make a note here. So our deficit has grown to $254,000. But I also want to make the board aware, as well as the public aware, that if we had made no changes at the beginning of the year, our deficit would have been $900,000. Due to Dr. Fricker's knack for scheduling and Ms. Rosa Palomino's knowledge of the budget, we were able to make some changes to avert and really minimize the impact of the deficit. However, a deficit still does persist, and right now I also want to point out that a lot of times it can be an alarming picture, but I do want to bring up the budget cycle from last fiscal year 23-24. When we had budget adoption, we were essentially showing a deficit, budgeted deficit from budget adoption, first interim, second interim. But miraculously, through the end of the year, we did end up if you guys can remember my presentation in September on audited actuals, we did have a surplus. As we go through the fiscal year and our interim reporting periods, we will be honing down on our budget, sharpening our pencils and saying, hey, maybe, we had planned for replacing all these different HVAC units. Well, they don't need to be replaced, so we can reduce the budget there. I think we're still in an early stage for us to make those adjustments come second interim in March. But just to give you guys a little bit more perspective on as we go through the cycle, not to cause alarm, it is something that to be alarmed about, but something that we're diligently working on. So now we're shifting our attention to Saddleback Valley, adopted budget to first interim. Overall, we had a $185,000 increase in revenues from budget adoption. This is due mostly in fact to the higher enrollment of 14 students. We also, similar to the middle school, we did see a reduction in expenditures, which increases our surplus. A lot of things that we're seeing in terms of expenditure reduction are positions that we're not filling, right? They could be either at the central office positions or positions that have taken longer to fill. This also includes statutory benefits and things like CSRS and PERS. We also did across all 3 school sites recognize some savings on health and welfare. Next up, moving forward to our change in fund balance. So with Saddleback Valley, the adopted budget projection was 14 students lower, and we were actually projecting a $70,000 deficit. However, with the increase of students as well as reduction in budgeted expenditures, we are budgeting to show at first interim a sizable surplus, $460,000. Okay, which increases the overall fund balance to $6.1 million. And remember, this is just a snapshot in time. Things will change at second interim, which is the next interim, the reporting period. Things that can change are, things happen, as you guys are aware of either from a facility standpoint or a hiring standpoint, or we've got to buy, a bunch of MacBooks out of nowhere. So our assumptions are always going to be changing, and just to always remember that this is just a snapshot in time. Now moving over to South Orange County. Overall, the revenues are down $3,000 lower than adopted budget. We did have a loss of budgeted enrollment of 2 students, which correlates to 1.94 PDA. It was kind of a wash between our food services program, as you are aware, or maybe not aware, our nutrition services program has had a tremendous amount of growth in terms of participation. So we have been recognizing across all 3 school sites greater revenues in terms of federal dollars. I'll be touching more on food services at a later presentation, but overall great. Again, we are recognizing expenditure reduction. Again, we do have savings in salaries and benefits. It could be vacancies, offset salaries to restricted programs, late hires. As well as, actually, we've had to offset the savings in salaries. We have had some increases in contracted services, capital expenditures. But overall, our expenditures are down. And here is a snapshot of the change in fund balance currently as it stands. We're showing almost a $250,000 surplus, changing our beginning fund balance from $7.5 million to $7.8 million. Our adopted budget projection was almost a $92,000 surplus, so this is a swing to the positive. So now we're going to start digging into our multi-year projection. These next 2 slides, I'm going to talk a little bit about what is included in our projections, right? What are our assumptions? And then the next slide will show you what's not included. But currently, what's included in our multi-year projection is our local control funding formula. Local control funding formula of the cost of living adjustment, or better known as OPA. For those sitting at home watching or those here tonight, a cost of living adjustment to our funding isn't new dollars that we're receiving. It's a way of the state saying, hey, we understand things are more expensive, so we're going to give you a little bit more dollars to match the inflation for those same goods and services. Okay, this is different than them giving us more money. This is just to track what would be in other terms, inflation, right? are STIRS and PERS rates. STIRS, for those at home watching that don't know what it is, for those here tonight, that is the teachers or certificated pension system in California. We contribute 19.1% of anybody's salary every check to CalSTRS. Similarly, the same thing, we do the same thing for CalPERS. That's for the classified. So people who work at Oxford Preparatory Academy that don't have a credential, the pension system. As you can see, the projection of employer costs goes up. This is due in part to CalPERS and CalSTRS have certain thresholds of return they need to hit. If they don't have those return levels, they cost more money for us to fund those liabilities, the pension liability. So that's why this is going up, and this is included in our multi-year projection. We don't expect to receive any one-time funds in out years. In years past, stemming from COVID onwards, there's coronavirus relief funds, ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3, you name it. We aren't really expecting any of those one-time buckets of money to come anymore. Some of the most recent funding that we got is the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant in 2023, as well as the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant in 21-22. We're not expecting any of that, so that's not included in our multi-year projection. We are projecting federal state revenues to remain flat and no COLA to be adjusted or applied to that funding. Attendance rate, as you guys are well aware, is a very healthy 97%. We do project some enrollment growth at our school sites. This is also in conjunction with our Prop 39 request. We want to build somewhat of an escalator in enrollment, but nothing that's too material to make the change, to be more realistic. Cohort-based enrollment attendance projection, building from our wait list. Stepping column increases. As you guys are aware, maybe not aware, employees within OPA, they're on a salary schedule, and every year they go up a step, right? It's not a raise in terms of us giving a raise, but within their salary schedule, they would be progressing to that salary schedule, which we'd be paying more money. To project that out, we put on a 3% escalator there so we can capture that cost. That is also applied to statutory benefits like the payroll taxes that we pay, right? We got a teacher at SB and also at SOC as well. Things that are not included in our multi-year projection, any salary benefit increases beyond step and call in the out years. This is not included in our multi-year projection. Any additional one-time funds, right? Like I've said that before, like we're still not projecting it out. That can change come January. Recent legislative analyst office, they do a fiscal outlook report. In that report, they did make some changes to the statutory COLA, some minor adjustments that we didn't think were material, so are worth making the change. So we did make a change there. There's also been a report by California Department of Finance and total tax revenues. They're actually slightly outpacing initial projections. We haven't included how that could change Prop 98, which is our funding vehicle. We haven't included the CTEG grant, which is what we applied for early in October, as well as the federal equipment grant for our nutrition services program. These two buckets of money, we would benefit the deficit that we currently have in the middle school. We haven't recognized it yet because we don't know if we've received the funding. So that's just something to keep in the back of your mind when you're looking at our deficit. We also don't have anything planned. We don't have any repayment plan structured in our multi-year for outstanding loans at the middle school. And one part being with our bank, Commerce West, and the other part being to SOC and SV. And additionally, we don't have any enrollment loss that we have seen in the middle school booked into our multi-year projection. And there's a lot of information. This is very small, and I gave you in our meeting a handout so you could look at it a little bit more closely. Things to realize here is the middle school does have a structural deficit that we will be needing to correct and adjust in the out years. SV is all from current year onward we're showing a pretty healthy surplus, which is great news. And SOC, we have a surplus this year. In the out years, we start to get into some deficit spending. But I think through the process of budgeting for next year, there's plenty of areas where we think we could short down that deficit. We currently budget, a hefty sum for a Chromebook refresh every year, where the average lifespan of Chromebooks is anywhere from 5 to 7 years. So just shoring up these processes so we could better project our multi-year and capture some savings to mitigate that deficit. I know, next steps. Hope you guys are still with me. Next steps in January and February, we will be giving you guys an update on the governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26. Like the same cycle that we're on, the state's also on a similar cycle. We're going to be updating and budgeting for the next fiscal year, 25-26. We're going to be bringing you our annual audit from fiscal year 23-24 in January. Come March 2025, we'll be having the second interim report for this current fiscal year. And in May 2025, we have the governor's May revision. This is similar to the governor's proposed budget in January. May revision is really the metrics we're going to be using to determine our funding, our cost of living adjustment, any one-time funding. This is really where we base a lot of our assumptions off of. It's the litmus test of how we build our budgets. That's in May. And then June, we'll have 2 meetings, one for public hearing of our budget as well as our LCAP, and another one to adopt. I know that was a lot of information, but do you have any questions?
I think I'll go to Paul first, because this is the last time he's going to be able to comment on these budgets.
Well, I'll file a request for comments to Michael and then be able to comment as well. Yeah, I do have a few questions. I think one is first a comment that about 79 reduction in enrollment is about $800,000, but I have to give you kudos that you've been able to bring down the expenses as well, so that we don't have off the top of right away, we don't have a variance of $700,000, $800,000 on the middle school. So kudos to you guys on that, and please continue to be smart about it, because I think the enrollment loss is something we have to recover from, and that's like a direct reduction in revenue, right? I think I roughly keep $10,000 per student, roughly is what I assume we lose in revenue. So that's number one. Then, Michael, are we approving multi-year budgets also today, or just the first interim?
You're just approving the first interim. The multi-year projection is a part of the first interim. I always like to show the multi-year so you guys can get a picture of when we're looking out, and you want to think strategically of like, where are we going? I think that having fiscal stability, it gives us better leverage to make the decisions we want to make and do the programs we want to do. And I think having a forum to really look at the multi-year, to see, okay, like what can we do to change the outcomes, like moving forward?
Yeah, can you go to what is excluded in the multi? Because I think we had this discussion last year as well. I think you guys were not here at that time. I think Kim, you came shortly after the budget was presented. We really need to go back and refine the multi-year projections. Many of these things that you have not included in the budget are real. We have to find a way to pay off the $1.5 million that we owe. And that is going to directly come out of our balance sheet unless we come up with other alternatives. So already in the outer years, middle school is like $750,000 in the hole unless we sort of up our enrollment and so on. So really I think we need to have a more realistic multi-year projections and not sort of shy away from this notion that the repayment plan the repayment is real, right? We have to pay that. It doesn't matter when we pay, we have to pay that. So we have to establish some sort of a baseline, and then we have to say that's our budget, and that's going to cause us to be a little bit more zero-based when we start budgeting for next year. So that's sort of number one. Number two, I think, is the enrollment loss. I think that, Michael, correct me, just clarify for me. So what is your middle school enrollment projection? Is that based on what we have today or based on recovering the 76 and growing from there? Like, what is your middle school enrollment based on budget?
Our middle school, so are you talking about current year or in the
Multi-year.
We budgeted a small, like 2% enrollment increase.
Current enrollment.
Of current enrollment.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
say that.
so
it's
the
current-
loss is taken into account. The loss,
Yeah, the
so
loss
you
is
reduce the
taken-
middle school enrollment and then you raise it by 2%.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And then there is upside if we recover the enrollment, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we have a better swing in enrollment for
On
next
actual.
year, then we could recognize that.
That's good.
But right now, as it stands, we're coming down from what we projected in June to where we're currently at, and then putting a small 2%.
That's perfect. That's good. That's smart. And then you have upside if Katie and Kim are able to do their magic and market the middle school to what it really is, and then we can bring back the enrollment. So that's good. So that's obviously a good upside. But really, when you guys do the budget for next year, I know, Kim, you'd said that you want to start the process already in January and kind of show the board sort of how we are developing the assumptions and what the variances are. So I really like that approach, and we've never had that until now. It's always been, we get the budget sometime in April and we are beyond the 8 ball to approve it. So I appreciate you guys doing that. But Michael, can you go back to the 2 assumptions page again? So the one that's not, so we really, we really have to find a way to include the repayment, right? We have to do that, and maybe set the repayment based on the current terms, and then that will show like a more realistic picture, right? Unless we do something about it. But yeah, other than that, I think, as I said, thank you for sort of managing down the expenses. I think we need that. We need a way to kind of figure out how to get out of the middle school. By the way, for the sake of everybody else, this is very usual, right? We started a school with 0 funds, and every school goes through this. OPA's had the luxury of having some funds in the bank, and so we've not had to kind of deal with cash flow issues and so on. So middle school was a brand new school for us. So nothing here is sort of unexpected except for the enrollment loss. So we'll work through it, but it's probably better to be realistic and then say, no, we'll worry about the loan payment later. So if you can update that. I don't know if I guess it's too late to approve change the multi-year projections this cycle, but we should stop excluding repayment plans from multi-year projections going forward.
Yeah, I think we're waiting on some feedback from the board in terms of like the different options we have.
Yeah, assume you have to pay it off as it is scheduled right now, because the board hasn't decided which of those 4 options make sense. So in the absence of that, the assume that you have to pay the $600,000 to Commerce West by the end of next year, so call it June, and then you have to pay the $915,000 1 year after that, right? Because then that's the only way everybody will have it front and center that there is this big balloon payment coming, and that's in our budget, right? So then we have to modify it. I don't see any sort of upside to not showing that in our actual budget. Okay, back to you guys.
Okay. Any other comments from board members? My one comment, and it kind of dovetails to the question about the enrollment. I think we need to set a formula moving forward of like what should be our normal enrollment strategies for budgeting. Like Because that was something that really affected us last year. And so, and I like this idea of basing it on the actuals when you're doing this projections, but as we move into next year's budget planning, I'd love to know what that, I don't want it to be budget on the max. So how will that be? What will be the philosophy?
That's a great comment. Historically, best practice is to use a cohort-based enrollment strategy. So
Perfect.
students that are in me and board member DeLune or board director DeLune are in first grade this year, next year we're in second grade. We also align that with like, what is the capacity of like trying to keep our enrollments where they're at. We do have limitations on seats and just physical space. That's also something that we look at. But what we're utilizing is cohort-based enrollment, matriculating through our system.
But also that you have to factor in assumptions for potential loss,
Yeah.
right? Which,
Yes.
that's what I think
And
we're
ADA.
really asking for.
Yeah. I think also something to, what I've brought up to the board of directors is the volume, more specifically at SOC and SV, the volume of applications on an annual basis far exceeds the number of seats for enrolling. So I think that it is wise to factor in some level of enrollment loss, but at what point would factoring in enrollment loss based on the data we have on applications, and I recently got data from 2019-20 to current on actual applications, and to me, I think it would be, at some point, we just get so many applications that I know would fill, so factoring in a big loss is, yes.
Well, I didn't say big, but it's about calibrating it.
Yeah.
Because as long as I've been on the board, I've always been told we have a constant wait list. Yet there's been consistently a loss in revenue, like unanticipated, because of enrollment issues. So to me, our calibration and how we're possibly assuming we will not lose anyone ever is maybe off.
Exactly.
So I'm not saying estimate for the loss. I'm saying we should probably factor some loss in. I don't know what that right calibration though is.
Yeah, I think also the middle school, upon reflecting on the middle school, it was kind of what's the phrase, kind of scenario, like the way the budget was developed, the actuals that came in were so devastating, it prompted us to move rather quickly to mitigate that. But yeah, that being a new school, and in opening a new school, there's plenty of hiccups. So that was definitely a special kind of case. Whereas
I think
SOC and SV are a little bit more established, and I think like with the data we have, it's at what level do we project some type of loss? And it's kind of hard to speak to that because the enrollments are very robust.
I just think we're not to budget to the max.
Oh,
be conservative in our budgetary approaches.
Yeah, I think one thing you'll find from me is I tend to skew more conservative on my approach to budgeting as well as in the multi-year projections, albeit the repayment plan is something that I think it's hard for me to make a decision on because there's so many different options on how that can go. But yeah, definitely these are great things, feedback for us to move forward into a budget development in January as well as our second interim.
I think maybe I do have one piggybacking on that. Maybe this is a comment for Kim. I wonder if we could inject a sense of urgency into the organization to keep track of enrollment, how quickly we fill seats when kids leave a school, and what is our ADA. And I wonder if some sort of a dashboard for a board meeting where like the registrar or I don't know who or Stephanie, somebody comes and says, hey, here's our enrollment, here's our ADA, and here's how quickly we were able to put kids back in school. I feel like, yes, we have mitigated the enrollment loss somewhat, but where is the action to go back and fill back that capacity? And I know you guys are doing a lot. I almost wonder if organizationally, like if you talk to Chuck Hinman, he would say that that is sort of the number one aspect for schools because it impacts the funding so much that ADA and enrollment is like so important for us. And we've never had to worry about it too much for SOC and SV. But for middle school, that becomes a big factor. So at some cadence, it might be helpful either, Kim, for you to like constantly keep track of it and escalate to the board, or maybe even put it in the board until we get to more normal enrollment in the middle school. So something for us to think about. I think it's probably also in the school goals, but no matter how much expenses you cut, your biggest source of fixing the budget is going to be fixing the enrollment numbers. That's going to be a biggest source. So something to think about.
I will do that.
Thank you for mitigating the middle school finance issue. The change has been drastic, so we appreciate your efforts. I am reading the multi-year projection, and SOC, which is our longest established, our largest enrollment, is showing a loss in the next 2 years. And I just want us to be aware organizationally that that's an area of concern because it's not a new school. And I'd love to continue to talk about that through the finance committee, what your projections and where we can make improvements.
Yeah, certainly. I think one thing to consider or to think about with that comment is every year stepping column goes up. And as you can see with STIRS and PERS, or more specifically PERS, you know, our cost of living adjustment, so like the additional money that we're getting is eclipsed by things that we're not even changing salaries. We're not increasing salaries. They're just increasing because of step column. We're not increasing, you know, STIRS or PERS rate. That's just going up. So why you're seeing that is things over, you know, we also factor in materials and supplies, contracted services, a cost escalator there because those things also go up year over year. So we don't have to do anything, and we're just going to be, you know, everything's getting more expensive. So,
and it is our longest established school, so we have a lot of teachers who have stayed. So we have a lot of staff that we love that are getting paid at topper levels, which is great. But just want to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, that's definitely something that we always are trying to keep our head down on the multi-year. So I think it's an important tool for us to strategize and plan out, and that's why it's important for you guys to see it.
Thank you. This has probably took you a lot of time.
In lieu of like major life changes and becoming a new parent, this has been it's been hectic, but I think there's a lot of great data that we can pull from this and moving forward into our second interim and our finance and audit committee. Like, how do we make these changes, right? So more to that. All right, thank you guys. There's no further questions.
Okay, that was great.
Thank you. That was wonderful. Congrats again on the budget, getting the budget in order. So
thank you.
All right. Items for presentation and discussion. G, consider approval of establishment or adjustment of ending dates of board member terms.
Good evening. This will be quick. It's just an item for discussion for the board. In some circumstances in the past, the board member term limits have become out of sync. So this is just a discussion. It's an option for the board to consider if the board wanted to put those term limits back in sync with one another. So board member current term ending, so June 2020, would be, or June 2026 would be Michael and Betsy. So they have just come on the board, and so they are serving their current 2-year term. Going into June 2025, Delight, you will be having a term ending, and then somewhere along the line with Amy and Paul's term, they became a January term ending date. And so that's how it currently exists. What we could consider or recommend to have those term limits end in that June timeframe would be that the change for whatever the new board member that was going to be selected plus Amy's current term, they would then term out on that June 2025. They wouldn't term out 2025. We could extend that to 2027, but they would be on the same cycle. So then every other year, we would be either having 2 board members term out, the following year, 3 board members term out, the following year, 2 board members term out. So, but they would all be terming out on that June timeframe. Now, just a couple things to think about in terms of alignment and the advantages of that. So having a board having your term limits in at the same time means that when those new members come on, then we can have that board workshop in July. And that's really the time when the board can do its board's business. We review our bylaws, we go through different governance structures and do the board's work on an annual basis. Trainings happen at that time. And then everybody would be on that same cycle. We wouldn't have a 2 tiered cycle where we were doing that work in July and then doing that work again in January or February. Does it matter? A whole lot, may not. We can do it as it exists. These are just some of the advantages of aligning them together. The other thing is assigning committees. We'd be assigning committees at that July meeting. And those committee members would stay in those committees for the entire year. In this cadence, especially for this year, we would have to reassign some of those committees. Again, not a huge deal. We can always do that. I'm just trying to signal out some advantages. The Brown Act training, like I mentioned, and other training can happen in that July timeframe. We would only have to do it once a year. We're required to do it once annually by our authorizer and upload that information. So just a point to consider. And then in that July timeframe is usually when we would like set or review my goals or the bigger board goals, and then make sure that those are carried through throughout the year. The procedural next step, should the board want to discuss, realignment of their ending term dates, you could either remain the same, meaning that you would have some board members term out in that June timeframe, and then the other 2 members would term out in the January timeframe. So we could keep it exactly the same as it is now, or we could create that alignment. This is an ideal time because we have 1 board member who's changing. So, and we have a board member who's designating themselves for consideration for renomination, re-election onto the board by current board members. So if we realign or decided to realign, you would have to make your motions and then approve whomever you wanted, but approve the ending date along with it. Saying that their term would end June 30th, 2027 timeframe, and that would give them a 30-month term instead of their traditional 24-month term. And then that would kind of get you to that alignment process. We did check with legal and we made sure that we kind of routed through all of the discussions to see if this was even possible for the board to consider prior to this board meeting. Again, you can keep the term limits the same way. This is just an option for the board to consider should they want to realign them back to that June timeframe. So, any questions?
For sure.
No questions.
Okay. Are you?
You look like you had a question.
No, I'm sorry. I'm gonna recuse myself from the conversation just because it immediately impacts, my possible term.
Yeah. I got it. Do you have any questions?
Nope.
Okay. Well, saying done, then let's move on to community input.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to community input. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the agenda or non-agenda items only. The speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Is there any comments on the agenda or non-agenda items?
Yeah, I'm not.
All right, perfect. Items for action. First item is board member renewal. Renewal of board member appointment for Dr. Amy Smith. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item A. May I please have a motion?
I make a motion.
All right, can I please have a second?
I'll second.
All right. So this is to have a conversation. I think I would strongly recommend that we continue having Dr. Smith on the board. Is there any other comments? Okay, all right, seeing none. And this will move her to a 2.5-year term then, correct?
You would have to make the motion to end her term June of 2027.
Okay, so I believe that's in the action item, correct or no?
It's not in the action.
Okay, so we need to make a motion.
You just need to make it.
So I need to amend my motion.
Yes,
Okay.
you need to amend your motion.
I amend my motion to approve Dr. Amy Smith for the board with an end date of June 2027. Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay, perfect. Any more discussion? Nope. Okay, seeing none, roll call vote. Member Travis is aye. Member Kagoo?
Aye.
Member Smith?
Abstain.
Okay. Member DeLune?
Aye.
Member Fryler?
Yes, please.
All right, wonderful. Congratulations, 2.5 more years. All right, next, committee selection of officers, Finance and Audit Committee. The Finance and Audit Committee shall assist the Board of Directors in fulfilling its oversight responsibilities related to income and expense consistent with the board's long-term goals. It is recommended that the Board of Directors approve action item C. May I please have a motion?
I make a motion.
Okay, second, I will second it. We need to decide who will actually be the members, okay? I will volunteer myself for the Finance Committee, the Finance and Audit Committee as the second person replacing it. So can you amend? Oh, then I should not be in the motion, actually.
And actually, I think we need to amend anyway, so the action item labeling does not go with the action.
Yeah.
The prompts,
Do not match.
yeah, so what was said doesn't match what item is. Because the prompts, yeah, so.
Yeah. Okay, so let's start over. Action item B. The motion, it is the Finance and Audit Committee shall assist the Board of Directors in fulfilling its oversight responsibilities related to income and expenses consistent with the board's long-term goals. It is recommended that the Board of Directors approve action item B. May I please have a motion?
But am I making a motion to say I'm nominating you?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I make a motion to nominate Deloitte Travis to be on the Finance and Audit.
Okay, does anybody else want to second that? Okay. All right, any other discussion? Okay.
I would just comment, it's common and been the practice that the board chair be on this committee.
Yeah, exactly. And we had not done it yet because we wanted Betsy to have a transition with the, our prior board chair. All right. Roll call. Member Travis is aye. Member Kagoo?
Aye.
Member Smith?
Travis, did you want to abstain or do you want
Oh,
to?
yes, I do want to abstain from that. Thank you. I do want to actually abstain from that one. Thank you. Member Smith?
Aye.
Member DeLune?
Aye.
And Member Fryler?
Aye.
All right. I can't wait to join the meeting with you. All right. Next, the Academic Excellence Committee. The Academic Excellence Committee has drafted a definition for the academic excellence for Oxford Preparatory Academy. Absolutely wonderful. It is recommended that the board approve action item C.
I'll make the motion to approve item C.
I will second it. Any discussion? No? Okay. Roll call. Member Travis is aye. Member Kagoo?
Aye.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member DeLune?
Aye.
Member Fryler?
Aye.
All right. D, I believe is going to be tabled. So, OPA's fiscal policy, I'm going to recommend that this be tabled.
Yeah.
Okay, so, action item D, our fiscal policy is recommended to be tabled. May I please have a motion, or we don't have to do motions. I'm just going to table it. Okay, thank you. Next, action item E, approve 2024-2025 first interim budgets. We have Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School, Oxford Preparatory Academy Saddleback Valley, Oxford Preparatory Academy SOC. Charter schools is required by Education Code section 476104.33, Assembly Bill 1137, chapter 892, statutes of 2003, to submit budgets and interim reports to their chartering agencies for review. The middle school has a change in its budget from a surplus of 58,000 to a deficit of $253,889. SB has a change in budget from first interim with a deficit of 70,000 to a surplus of 459,873. SOC has a change in budget adoption of first interim with a surplus of 91,825 to a surplus of 249,762 and 77 cents. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item E 1 through 3.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, may I please have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? We already had it, but any more discussion? No, okay. Roll call vote, member Travis is aye, member Kagoo,
Aye. Aye.
member Smith, member DeLune,
Aye.
member Fryler.
Aye.
All right. Items for consent. Items listed on consent are voted by the board in one motion. There is no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless the member of the board or staff requests specific items to pull before consent. Before making a motion, would any member like to pull items from the consent calendar? No? Okay. Hearing none.
Member Travis, I do want to clarify that we neither Betsy nor I could attend finance committee, so finance committee got canceled, but so we didn't get a chance to review as a group, but I've reviewed it independently and I have no objections to it. So I just want to clarify that usually we review it. So Betsy, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to it.
Well, yeah, I agree. And I verified that that's a normal practice that we
Yes.
review it here, even though plans do not.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. Is there any other changes?
But I just want to make sure you caught, we're going to be approving A, B, and C, not a G one.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, anything else? Okay, all right, seeing none, is recommended that the board of directors approve approve consent items A, B, and C. A, 1, B, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I see, sorry. Well, because
Yeah, I know. So it's recommended that the board of directors approve consent items A and B 1 through 3.
I make a motion.
Okay, and can I have a second? Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Member Travis is aye. Member Kagoo?
Aye.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member DeLune? Aye. And Member Fryler?
Aye.
All right, executive director report.
So, I was looking at the agenda. So I can't even believe it's like 6 months later and we're already at the winter holiday, like knocking on our door. I just want to thank the chancellors for kind of including us in their holiday festivities and kind of sending us those calendar invites so it gets on our calendars and we can attend. It's really lovely to see all of the work that the staff have prepared and what the students have done. And then actually, you know, have the assemblies or have the programs and attend them. So I'm looking forward to all of that. I know that as staff, we are all having our holiday parties and it's a really time for us to celebrate and give back to all of the staff members who have worked so hard to bring all of our programs to life over this fall season. And so I just encourage all of our staff to kind of celebrate and have fun with one another and enjoy each other's company. And then take a good long break, rest, relax, spend some time with loved ones and friends, and really come back in that January time season refreshed and renewed. So I think it's been a wonderful addition joining the OPA team. It is an incredible organization. I'm thrilled every single day. And so thanks to you. I hope you enjoy your gifts. And then we'll be doing some fun stuff as a staff too.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. All right, board directors. Member Deloon.
Nothing to report.
I'll say thank you to Miss Marlette for your smooth transition. It's been great seeing how you've grown as a chancellor. And I'd like to thank Mr. Laurel for his work on the interim budget, and I would like to let staff know, and Kim for the needs assessments that you've been working on. And I'd like to let staff know that I know that it shows deficits, and we are taking your needs into consideration and not to be worried about that.
Member Smith.
Well, because I've been serving with Member DeLune on the board member recruitment committee, I just wanted to report that, you know, we had a collection of candidates that I very much appreciate seeking this position. And I appreciate our two doctors, Ms. Zani and Shaw, who showed up tonight. And I think one way or another, we need to put those parents to work. Because they show great passion and dedication for our organization. And I also want to say congratulations to the recently announced Teachers of the Year, Mr. Bates at SOC, Ms. Dow at SB, and Mr. Chandler at the middle school. So congratulations to those folks. I'm sure we'll do a more formal celebration soon, but just want to give a little shout out. And that's it.
Wonderful. Paul, I'm gonna let you go last since you'll have the last word. I just want to thank everybody for the hard work. I know that the semester's coming to a close and the kids are starting to get crazy. So I just want to give a shout out to everybody right now that's having to kind of, you know, hold the line. It's really exciting to see all the festive activities coming up. You know, Polar Express, such an OPA tradition. So I'm excited for that to come up, and our Frost Follies. And I love that it's going to be at all 3 campuses. I think that really resonates what the spirit of those activities are. And then again, a shout out to the Teachers of the Year. I'm very excited to recognize all 3 of them. And I also want to give a shout out to our middle school football team. They are heading to the season championships for their league next Friday. So I want to wish them a lot of luck. They've been killing it with all their teams this year. So really great job, and I'm excited to see that. And again, lastly, I just want to deeply thank Member Kagu for everything he has done. It truly has meant the world to us. I'm going to go ahead and let you have the last word, Paul.
Yeah, I have nothing. I would say I love the You Belong Here video. Really cherish that. We need that. We need more people to believe in this message. So thank you. Thank you to SOC for doing that. Amazing initiative. Happy holidays to everyone. And I'll be in the sidelines cheering OPA on. And when we move back to Orange County, maybe I'll join, my son will join OPA again. Who knows?
Well, thank you, Paul. You are going to be sorely missed, and I do hope you still tune in. With that, we will reconvene to closed session. Good evening. We are reconvening to open session at 1:01 a.m. There is nothing to report out of action taken in closed session. Next is adjournment. It is recommended that the Board of Directors adjourn the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on December 12th, 2024. May I please have a motion?
I make a motion.
Okay, Paul, you have the motion. Betsy has the second. We will move to roll call vote. Member Travis is aye. Member Kagu.
Aye.
Member Smith.
Aye.
Member DeLune.
Aye.
Member Freiler.
Aye.
All right, the meeting is adjourned at 1:01 a.m. Paul, we'll miss you.